Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Hi there. Hello. Welcome. Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome. High fives, fist bumps. You pick your traditional greeting, and we'll do it that way. Rob Anthony's here, too.
Hey, what's up, man?
And did you have a nickname when you were a kid? Did your parents call you anything?
Robbie.
You were Robbie.
I was Robbie.
Is
My
that a
mom
Y
still
or an
calls me
IE?
that. A Y. Why? Because we love you.
So when you talk to your mom, she calls you Robbie.
If I called her right now, she would answer the phone.
What's
First thing
mom's
she would
name?
say is, "What's wrong?" Diane,
Diane.
with 2 N's.
That's my ex-wife's name.
And she would say, "What's wrong?" And then I would say, "Nothing." Why? Because you never call me this time of day.
Oh, she defaults to what's wrong.
Uh-huh. And I would say, "I'm good." And she'd go, "Okay, Robbie, what's up?"
Mm-hmm. And does that give you is there a nostalgia for that, or you don't care, or she never let go of it?
It's just it's a
It's what
name.
you've always heard.
Yeah, I've never
Yeah.
heard anything different. Unless she was pissed off, then it was, either
Robert.
angry, or Robert.
Mm-hmm. My parents always called me Jeff. I never understood the significance of that nickname, but I guess maybe they wished for something different. I don't know. I talked to my mom for an hour and 10 minutes last night.
You said if you connected, it was going to be a while.
It is, boy. Anytime I talk to my mom on the phone, I got to carve out some time because we have a chat. And last night was no different. Yesterday would have been my father's 80th birthday, and so I sent flowers to the house. And this is what my mom says. Okay, she texted me. She did text me that she got the flowers and how beautiful they were and blah, blah, blah. And that was a long text, but I didn't respond because I knew that I would be talking to her last night. And so I did. After I put my daughter to bed, I went back downstairs and I called my mom. And she picked up and we proceeded to talk for about an hour and 10 minutes. But I said, I know you got the flowers. Were they in good shape? Everything was okay? She goes, oh, yeah, they were fine. This is what my mom says to me. She goes, oh, when I was pulling in the driveway and I saw the flowers, and because they come in a box, and lean up against the door, she assumed that they were from one of her many gentleman callers. Because she gets so many, and that's what she refers to them as, her gentlemen, that she gets so many flowers now on a regular basis from this rotating cast of characters that my mom is currently dating, that she assumed that the flowers, and it's not a wrong assumption on her part. I mean, if they're coming that fast and furious, you can see where she's coming from. But she said, I assumed that when I saw those flowers that they were from one of my gentlemen.
Would have been bad if she opened it up and said, "Who the hell's Alan?"
Yeah.
Oh, my son.
Oh, Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh. My son, my firstborn. My child who was dead at birth and miraculously revived. Yeah, so she thought that it was, and then, of course, I mean, I always make, she gets the flowers, but the card is made out to my father. And so when she saw the card, obviously, she knew, put them in a vase. But she assumed, and that's going to be the thing, because I don't live near my family. I send flowers on big occasions. I send them for Mother's Day, and I send them for her birthday and my dad's birthday, and all the parent stuff. I send flowers, and now I got all these jabronis in the mix who are going to be not diminishing the delivery. She's still getting the flowers, but her default now, because I've done this for a long time, and so anytime she saw flowers, more often than not, she knew they were from me. Now, with this new development, who knows where I am in the batting order?
Well, does she
Who
have
knows?
a favorite flower?
She does not have a favorite flower.
A favorite
no.
color?
I don't know.
Just ask her what her favorite color is, and then those are the roses that you send, so that way she always knows when she sees that specific beautiful color rose, it's from her Jeff.
I mean, oh, Jeff. I never send roses. Roses feel like the thing that you send, and they end up being the most. What's the word I'm looking for? Roses seem to be something that they're so widely produced and distributed that, like, Lord knows what you're going to get. So I'll usually send something else. I think I send her orchids or something, you know.
I usually do a bouquet of some kind. Like I have them put together something.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, she thought that my flowers were from one of her gentlemen before she opened it up and realized that they were from me. And she was pleased and touched, and she went out to the cemetery to visit my father. You know, that's where he lives now. He's been buried there for a couple of years. So my dad lives in the ground. And my mom.
Mine, too.
Yeah, my mom. Your dad's been living in the ground a lot longer than my dad.
Yeah. Great real estate.
Well, they're not making any more cemeteries. That's the thing. I don't know how. I honestly don't know how cemeteries work, because the cemetery my dad is in is the same one that my grandparents are in. It's the one that my mom, she'll be buried right next to my dad. And it's in the little town where my mom grew up. It's still northern Illinois, but it's about 90 minutes south of Chicago. And that's where my mom's going to be buried. And so I've been going to this cemetery my whole life. My grandpa died when I was like 8, you know, so I've been going to this cemetery forever. They keep burying people there. They're not encroaching on the nearby farmlands or anything. There's no eminent domain going on. So they're not making new cemeteries, to the best of my knowledge. They just keep putting bodies into the existing land. I don't know. I mean, the headstones are already real close to each other. I don't know how they do it. And there's some people that have been buried in this particular cemetery for a long time. There's like headstones for like babies in the Civil War or something, you know?
Wow.
So probably not that old, obviously, but I mean very, very old, weather-eroded tombstones for children, you know, that were killed in the 1800s or whatever. And so I don't know where all these extra bodies are going, but they're not expanding their borders at all.
We got a nice plot next to my dad, just a single go in case any of us were to die early, I guess.
Oh, they just have an extra?
I just bought it. Yeah, when he died, my brother and I bought the spots because my grandparents were going to put them up like in like where they put the single graves.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want that. Like, I don't want him next to like people he doesn't know for eternity. Mm-hmm. I know that's a weird way to think, but I was like, you know what? I want him to have his own spot. Right. But I want him to have his own spot. So my brother and I bought 2 side-by-side plots. That's where he is.
You and your brother?
Yeah.
So what if one of you goes...
First piece of land we bought together, Alan.
Tell you what, they're not making any more land, that's for
right.
sure.
That's
yeah,
right.
And it's a solid investment.
Yeah.
And so if one of you goes prematurely, they just throw you in that hole?
That was kind of that was the thought process at the time.
Back in Rhode Island?
No, that's in Massachusetts. In the Springfield, Mass area.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
But I would imagine... So you want to be buried? Or this was just a contingency plan? Okay.
This was like if anything were to happen that someone needed a grave in the family. Mm-hmm. We had it. There was a spot there.
A bonus grave.
A bonus grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like our parents are the last generation of people who care about getting buried.
My dad didn't want it. Yeah.
People, I'm talking about people who aren't bound by some nonsense religion, you know, anything like that. I think most people have come around to, who needs it?
Right.
You know, it's prohibitively expensive. It's crazy how much those things cost. Burn me up, put me in an urn.
Yeah, my dad didn't want any of that stuff, and his parents were still living when he passed away. So, I mean, they kind of made the calls.
They overrode him.
Yeah.
Huh.
They wanted to have the wake and all that stuff. So
I see.
It was great. It was fantastic.
All right.
I like how we start the show off every day with dead dad stuff. Like, it's really, I'm kind of digging it. We should make a feature.
I mean, listen, it was just, I talked to my mom last night.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, we talked about a lot more than my dad. We talked about, we ran the gamut. You know, I
want to know more about the gentleman.
I didn't press her on this. It sounds like the same group of dudes. There's a couple of guys who are age appropriate. There's like one guy who's a few years older than me.
I don't like that one.
And she thinks that maybe he's got a thing for older women. I'm like, you think, Mom? You got 25 years on him. What are you talking about?
I don't like that one.
Well, it's fine. I don't care about any of them as long as they're nice to my mother. I don't need to meet these guys. I don't know if my siblings have. I don't need to. She's just getting flowers and having some dinners. I don't think there's any below the waist stuff going on.
Oof.
Definitely nothing under the pants. But again, A, it's not my business. I go, hey, that was my former house.
Who do you think you are,
Consider
sir?
that a home invasion. But it's none of my business. And as long as she's happy and safe, that's all I care about. So I certainly was not. I'm sure she would have loved legit talking to me about it because it, makes her feel good. And I had no interest in going any further than, I thought those flowers from one of my gentlemen. I'm going to take a break. I've got money for you. Maybe you.
is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
The new iHeart app.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it.
Love my radio. Love my presets.
Thank you.
This is really easy to use.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app and set your first preset. Plus, discover the new live radio dial, scan, lyrics, podcasts, playlists, and your favorite artist's radio.
Open the app and everything's right there. I love it.
The new and improved iHeartRadio app. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Go get it.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
Reading all about the year of the snake. The Lunar New Year made me think about Earth, Wind, and Fire. Serpentine Fire. They're coming to Akron in July. Any excuse I can take. Throw some Earth, Wind, and Fire in. But it is the Lunar New Year. All of our bureau chiefs, by the way, in the great state of New York. We have a lot of people there in the Empire State who listen on the iHeartRadio app. This is a state holiday in New York. The Lunar New Year. Kids don't have school.
Really?
Yeah, man. In New York, if you're a kid in school, public school, you should be high-fiving if you have any Asian friends because they got you a day off of school.
So is it the whole state or just like New York City?
The state of New York. It is a state holiday. The Lunar New Year is today. Chinese New Year is what it was traditionally called.
Yep.
And obviously, millions and millions of people around the world celebrate this. And in the state of New York, it's a state holiday. Don't have school, nothing. And it's the year of the snake this year. And I don't mind telling you, how will you celebrate the year of the snake? I don't know how I will. I know, well, I'll celebrate it a day later with some drinks at the Cavs game tomorrow night with my friends and colleagues. But yeah, the Lunar New Year.
Listen to the harmonies, even when it's down low.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, so big state holiday there in the state of New York, and exciting for people who live there.
Do we know what the year of the snake means? What's its significance this year? Do we have any Asian bureau chiefs that could perhaps help?
Well, it's about, all I read was that as a snake molts its own skin, the symbolism of it is about shedding all of your bad energy.
I can get down with that.
So it couldn't have come at a more opportune time. It's the 6th of the 12-year cycle. These go through a 12-year cycle. Each year has a different animal, and everybody has a little bit of fun with it, right? They go, oh, hey, what year were you born? And, people would know if they looked it up.
I think I'm a cock.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what my...
I remember laughing about it when I was a kid in Chinese restaurants, so it was either me or my brother.
I'm the year of the pig. I was born in 1971, and so I was born in the year of the pig. The year of the snake that decade was 1977. But the Lunar New Year now, this is the first year it is being recognized there as a state holiday, but better late than never, I guess. Well, we don't have enough Asians in Ohio?
I was year of the goat, I guess. So my brother must have been the cock.
Mm-hmm. And he's older or younger than you?
Younger.
Younger than you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're the year of the goat.
7 years. Yeah. I'm the goat, baby.
You got it.
Boy, if I'm shedding negativity in the year of the snake, I'm going to lose like 25 pounds. I might not even have to do that diet.
You're going to look like Kevin Stefanski.
I'm just like him.
When it's all over. So, yeah. Listen, ball's in your court, Ohio, to designate Lunar New Year as a state holiday. All the universities we have in this state, and we don't have enough Asians to make it worth Mike DeWine's while? I mean, come on. It might not be top priority. I'll grant you that, of course. But why not? 10% of students in the state of New York are Asian American. Now, that's still a very distinct minority, but I guess something tells me that this came primarily out of New York City and then worked its way up to Albany. But the Chinese New Year. Yesterday ended the Year of the Dragon. Wasn't that an old Mickey Rourke movie? Wasn't a Year of the Dragon?
It's a Bruce Lee movie, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, or Enter the Dragon.
Enter the Dragon was Bruce Lee. All right.
But didn't Mickey Rourke have a Chinatown movie called, yeah, he did, 1985, Year of the Dragon. What a great movie. He plays this racist cop, and he's trying to run down this Asian drug ring. And he's pushing it, and yeah, that's a great 80s old cop movie. Mickey Rourke with his old face. People forget what Mickey Rourke looked like. You look at him now, and you go, Jesus. But he was a good-looking dude. But he liked to box. And so he couldn't give that up. He didn't want to be a Hollywood pretty boy. And so it was very important to him. You know, he'd talk about this in interviews. Very important to him that he kind of maintained his street cred, and that manifested itself in him still boxing. And so he'd have his face occasionally rearranged. And I guess at some point he was like, well, because he was always working out. People know the Mickey Rourke vibe. You know, when he was in that third Iron Man movie, or maybe Iron Man 2, he played Whiplash. That to me I felt like that was when Mickey Rourke was kind of coming back. Then he did The Wrestler, which got nominated for a whole bunch of awards, and that was perfect for him because he looked like a guy who had just gotten the crap beat out of him for a long, long time.
Did you see that movie?
The Wrestler?
Yeah.
I saw it twice in the theater.
It was so good.
Loved it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge wrestling guy.
Our friend Todd Barry was in that film.
Oh, was he really?
He was the grocery store manager.
Okay.
But Marissa Tomei, I mean, come on. Gorgeous, beautiful, talented.
Always been one of my favorites.
Fantastic. So the Year of the Snake is today. The next Lunar New Year will launch the Year of the Horse. Wait a second. Oh, wait, what? Wednesday will mark the end of the Year of the Dragon, the beginning of the Year of the Snake. The next Lunar New Year will launch the Year of the Horse on Tuesday, February 17th, 2026.
Yeah, because it doesn't follow calendar year.
Right,
yeah.
Okay. So you have a year to celebrate, and you parents who might listen to us in the state of New York, your kids are off today, whether or not they have Asian friends. So if you have an Asian friend there in the Empire State, even though they probably had nothing to do with it directly, but these are things that get lobbied by people, you can thank them.
Everybody loves a thank you, even if they had nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Mickey Rourke in Sin City. That's good, too. But he was under all that makeup. But he was great in it.
What was the movie with the food sex scene that he was in? Is it
9.5 weeks with Kim Basinger.
That was something.
I never did see that.
I did.
Getting all that food on you made me a little anxious.
It's only for that reason. It's the only reason I ever saw that movie. Everyone's like, you got to see this scene.
That's the only reason everybody saw that movie.
That's right.
Sounds like it's going to be Year of the Snake at your mom's house, too, somebody suggested.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
I'm really sorry I laughed at that.
We will return to our regularly scheduled program momentarily.
No, listen, hey, laughter is involuntary. You never know what's going to get you. But whoever texted me that, sir or madam, you can get bent.
We expect to resume normal broadcasting shortly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, have fun with it.
I'm sorry.
Have fun with it.
Oh, I shouldn't have laughed at that.
Yeah. I like how they followed it up with trouser snake, that is. Yeah, because I wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. Wow, thanks. I couldn't put it all together.
Very rare.
I'm over here going, my mom's not Asian. What are they talking about?
The very rare Illinois trouser snake.
Yeah, it sure is. You light one on fire and they just curl up. Al and I work for the Cavs. Where are you sitting? I'd love to come say hi. I would find the northernmost beam of the Romo Fijo, and my head will be right under that. I think that's where the iHeart tickets are.
You just look for us in the Budweiser bar in Loudville.
That's right.
That's where we'll be.
Yes. Our seats are up there. You'll see a bit of cloud cover about waist high on us, and we'll be breaking through that. We'll be the ones up there in the oxygen masks.
What do they call those old-timey binoculars with the stick? The viewy...
Oh, like opera glasses?
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called, but
they're going to give us those when we walk in. They're going to hand those to us so we can see the court.
Yep. Discount Drug Mart branded opera glasses. Alan, I heard you say Mickey Rourke, but I pictured Mickey Rooney as that cop, and that was pretty good. Yeah. Mickey Rooney. And they should have put AI Mickey Rooney, who's dead now, but for people who remember, he was an actor. And when he was a young man, he loved to tell people he was the biggest movie star in the world. I've got money here for you. It's $1,000 to do with whatever you see fit. You can blow it, you can save it, whatever you want. It's money from the Buzzard Bookie. First of 4 keywords you'll get today, so make them count. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You sent me that Jerry Jones video.
So good.
And everybody's like laughing at him, but... So they hired a new coach?
Yeah.
Because they were talking about Deion Sanders, and then Jerry Jones comes out and goes, that was never a serious thing. Deion Sanders is just trying to kind of puff himself up. And who's the new guy with the Cowboys? Is it a guy we've heard of? Is he a high-profile person?
No, not particularly.
Mike McCarthy?
Is that's who was there?
Cardinals coach, top candidate for...
Hang on.
Because they hired Eberflus, my old head coach of the Bears. He's their defensive coordinator. Brian Schottenheimer? I think Brian Schottenheimer is who they hired. Because Jerry Jones was like dissing the guy sitting right next to him. He's like, yeah, I'm taking a huge risk here. And is that Marty Schottenheimer's kid?
I'm looking.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't too familiar with him other than... no, that wasn't who they hired. I don't think.
That's what it says.
Is it who it was?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's Marty Schottenheimer's kid.
Okay. All right, that's my bad.
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody else.
Who, of course, coached the Cleveland Browns in the mid-'80s. And his son now is the new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Anyway.
Oh, see, I got it confused because they hired that new defensive coordinator from the Bears. That's
Matt Eberflus, yeah.
Yes, so I thought that was the new head coach.
Yeah,
okay.
He tanked the Bears, and they thought, hey, he should be our new defensive coordinator.
Pretty on brand.
Yeah. But the video that everybody's passing around is a little turn of phrase here with Jerry Jones. People are laughing.
Very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage. There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
Now, that is funny, of course, but if people know how Jerry Jones made his money, they understand. He's an oil man, and a glory hole is part of oil production.
You got to know your audience, dude. I mean, for the amount of people that know what he's talking about.
He's an old man who made his billions in oil. So all of his references are going to be from when I was out there in the patch. We watch Landman, right? They talk about glory holes, I think.
Yeah.
It's when they drill into the seabed. That's your glory hole, I think, right? When they're doing like deep water excavation or whatever, I think that's your glory hole.
That's not what I know of a glory hole, Alan, but if you're saying that that's what it is, I'll believe you.
I know. Well, I think that's what Jerry Jones is referring to.
I'm sure that it is. But again, when you're speaking as the owner of the Dallas Cowboys and hiring your new coach, say something like, gumdrops and unicorns.
How about we're happy to have him?
Can't wait. Hopefully he brings some success to the team.
Yes.
But when you start comparing a guy to a glory hole, you lose 80% of the people that don't know what that means.
I don't know that he was comparing Brian Schottenheimer to a glory hole. I think he was saying, hey, there's a lot of variables in this. Our team is at an inflection point. Hopefully this is the guy. But it's not, I think he's trying to say, let's not all, yeah, you're probably right. Let's not all get on the other side of the glory hole just yet, is probably what he was saying.
It's open for interpretation. Let's agree to disagree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But again, this takes me back to focusing on glory holes as we refer to them. This brings me back around to all of the sexual adventurers who are out there on the cutting edge. These things that people partake in that modest society or the puritanical bent that our culture has might look at and go, oh, that's terrible. But I love people doing things that I would not be caught dead doing. Glory holes being one example. Yeah, primarily part of the gay community for a long, long time. But even within that, the cojones it takes, the trust it takes. I mean, sure, your amyl nitrite poppered out of your head in the first place, but still, to see one at a rest stop or somewhere else.
Just give it a whirl.
Just put it in there. Yeah. You don't know what's... I know that's it's the allure and the thrill is that you don't know what's going on over there, but I would be terrified.
But you can take a peek first. You can drop down and look.
Well,
see what's standing on the other side.
Where's the fun in that?
I don't disagree. I'm just saying, if you're concerned, to your point,
yeah,
pop down and take a look. Okay, I'm not necessarily attracted to that man. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping for a female or whatever.
Yeah, it's never a female.
No.
Never, ever a female. So, you gay dudes, and again, I think that probably just the way that the culture has moved, and of course, you know, post-AIDS scare and all that, I'm sure a lot of those things have gone away. They might still exist in gay clubs, but you're kind of in a safe space there. But man, people who are out there doing stuff like that, God bless you.
See, I think there's
don't even
more
believe
of them.
in God.
I think there's more of them than you think. I bet you there
Really?
are. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think any of these, like...
Existing, current glory holes.
100%.
Wow.
I almost guarantee it. And I have no experience, but I can guarantee you that the way... Dude, people are weird, man. There's dudes that really dig watching that kind of stuff. Sex clubs and things, I guarantee you.
But that's a safe space. I'm talking about a guy who's at a rest stop or at an airport, and there's a hole in the barrier, and he goes, let's just put it in and roll the dice. Well, that's what it used to be.
They have those at, like, even adult clubs, though, right? So that's not necessarily a safe space. That's just as filthy as a gas station.
I just mean a sex club, everybody's there to do the same thing, so nobody's going to jam you up.
Sure.
There's not going to be anybody on the other side with a hedge trimmer.
Yeah, no, I get you. I guess I wasn't thinking about the violence to it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You know, even you don't know what's on the other side. There can't, to quote Jerry Jones, all those glory hole stories couldn't have all been roses and glory holes, whatever he said. They couldn't have all actual glory holes.
I made all my money working hard in them glory holes, and half his audience thinks he's talking about something else. Jesus Christ, you know Jerry Jones worked in glory holes?
Yeah, well, all those rich guys, they're bored to death. Him and Robert Kraft. And my buddy Bob Kraft told me about the glory holes thing. I told him, I thought that was just an oil thing.
That was just a happy ending. Completely different, Alan.
Yeah.
That is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage. There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
I think he's referring to the fact that the Dallas Cowboy fans are less than enthused about them hiring Brian Schottenheimer. Because now every time there's a head coach opening with an organization, everybody wants fireworks and a marquee name. But there are fewer and fewer of those people around. So you kind of go, well, this is the guy that we think. And it's like any job. You know, anywhere you get hired, that's the company going, we hope you're the guy. We like you. Get out there and do what we hope you'll do. And if you don't, you'll be gone. And the trouble, or not the trouble, but the beauty of professional sports is if you're not the guy, they'll fire you and you'll get paid for 5 more years. They signed you to these big deals. So I don't know what the specifics of his deal are, but Jerry Jones talking about glory holes.
I think you're giving
If you
people,
had that on your Lunar New Year bingo card, there it is.
I think you're giving people way too much credit for what they know of a glory hole too, because I just put it up on just to Google.
No,
it.
I'm not saying people know that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is he's an oil man, and that's what he means. And
Okay.
No, I don't think people know that about the oil business.
We're talking furnace, a receptacle like a box or cardboard, haphazardly put in place, and then we're talking about funnel shaped. I don't even know, 15 different things. And finally, it gets to a hole made through a wall or partition to perform sexual acts.
Yeah.
There's no mention of oil here whatsoever.
No.
There's 6 entries. Or 1.
Yeah! There you go. Talk about offshore. Hey, this B. Hey, B.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
What up, man?
Hey, you guys talk about glory holes, and I've been to a couple. I know there's probably 2 or 3 in the area that are open right now.
for you. Right now? At 2:40
Yeah,
on a
probably.
Wednesday? Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought I had some expertise, and I'd call in and share my experience.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
You've done these, like you've gone in and said, let's roll the dice.
Yeah, there's some that you have to pay for. You have to buy like a fun money, a fake currency that you put into a machine, and then it plays porn, and then you either do what you got to do in the booth or somebody asks for your services.
See, this is what I'm saying, but these are all businesses that are not going to mess with people. I'm talking about the guy at the roadside rest stop who finds
Now,
one.
there is
That's what I'm-
another way to find those, and there's a website you can go on that has all of those locations listed. I don't know how frequently it's updated, but it's got locations. There's some in parks. There's some in grocery stores, gym bathrooms.
See?
Grocery stores. That is one giant eagle coming through there. B, are you a gay man or just an adventurous dude?
I'm adventurous, my friend.
Look at this guy.
100% adventurous.
Wow.
I'm into the lifestyle, swingers clubs. There's one there, too.
But also, like, you're a straight guy, theoretically, but it's not going to be a woman on the other side of these.
I go hoping that there's a woman on the other side. It feels awkward to call and ask if they have women there because from where I'm located, it's a pretty good drive to get to any of them. It's at least an hour.
B's driving an hour in any direction for a glory hole that might have a woman on the other side.
But do you peek through the hole first, or do you just say, screw it, I'm going for it?
If you don't see gnarled fingers sticking through the hole, yeah, you take a peek and see what's on the other side.
Like it might be a witch that casts a spell on your genitalia or something. Yeah. My pretty.
There's one 3 hours away.
Wow. He's got like a glory hole Yelp going on out there, man. Wow, B is doing the work that the rest of. All right, well, listen, man, don't be a stranger, all right?
No problem. All right. Thanks for taking me.
Thank you, B. I didn't take it anyway, man. Everybody else is taking it. Imagine driving 3 hours to a glory hole. Like, just get on Grindr locally.
Maybe that's the thrill, though.
I guess so. The thrill of spending $50 in gas and then another 25 or whatever.
And just having
what's
no
on the
idea
other
what's
side.
on.
Yeah. Wow. He's like, what is that, an ocelot in there? He's like peering through the thing in there. What are they playing, old Felix the Cat cartoons through there? Like, that's a real bands Dynamite. The Jet Tour comes to Cleveland on Friday, June the 13th. They will play the House of Blues. All the tickets, all the info, Ticketmaster.com. So you'll be sitting on these tickets for a bit. Should be a good show. Jet, Band of Skulls in June. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When you realize things could always be worse, he'll be here to prove you right.
Correct.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got 3 more hours till we find our goal. The magic door at the end of the road. Feeling the rumble, the excitement grows. 3 more hours to reach that glory hole.
Oh, I love AI. That's not ska, of course. I typed in ska song for Glory Hole. I don't know what they
I love them.
AI is now the speed with which you can do those. We kind of were really on those for a while when Mary Santora was on the show. There was a dude that was constantly making songs for her. But so I kind of, in the interim, forgot about it. But boy, in a pinch, you can really go in there and have some fun. And now there's a lot of things it won't do. You know, it won't get super scatological or anything like that. There are workarounds for that. Some people who work with these kinds of programs all the time know how to do that. But I'm working in very, very short windows of opportunity here. Alan, you should go to Glory Hole Donuts next time you're in Toronto. I would love to go to Glory Hole Donuts in Toronto.
The special glaze?
Big fan of that city. Smiles and glory holes to the tune of incense and peppermints. Wow, that is an old listener. Congratulations to you. But yeah, that's our little song for B there, who called before the break and is out there. He's a sexual cosmonaut, boy. He's out there. He's driving 3 hours to a glory hole, and good for him.
Who was that even? Incense and was that Love and Spoonful?
It was Strawberry Alarm Clock, wasn't it?
Is that it?
I think so. I hate that I know that, but the very first radio station I worked at full time was a classic rock station in the mid-'90s, so they still went real deep. We were still playing Lakeshore Drive by Aliata Haynes and Jeremiah.
Oof.
We were still playing, we were still playing The Confessor by Joe Walsh. A lot of deep cuts. Incense and Peppermints, Strawberry Alarm Clock.
Wow.
This is how you know, as a psychedelic era, a band goes, let's just call ourselves Strawberry Alarm Clock and then do a song about incense and peppermints. It probably won't do anything. Nope, huge hit for these guys. I don't know anything about the band. I just know that they did this song. And this would show up in like movies and on, K-Tel's Hippie Collection or whatever it was. Strawberry Alarm Clock from Glendale, California. There you go. I don't know if they're Armenian, but 1967, they dropped Incense and Peppermints.
I knew it from Austin Powers. That was the last movie I think I saw it in. It was right there.
Yes. Anytime you want a musical accompaniment to something where you want to hit the bullseye on the psychedelic rock, you'd probably grab Incense and Peppermints.
Oh, yeah.
But that is a band that has had a lot of people go through it over the years, and they're still out there touring. Now, a couple of the guys died, sure. Car accident, hospice. But they still play like wine festivals and Catalina wine mixers and things like that. You can still go see the Strawberry Alarm Clock.
Ed King was in that band who ended up playing with Leonard Skinner.
There you go.
Interesting. See, you never know. You always learn something new every day.
You never do. More interesting to me is a guy named Steve Bartek, who was the guitar player originally in Strawberry Alarm Clock. He would go on to be Danny Elfman's lead guitarist in Oingo Boingo.
Really?
And still works with Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman mostly does film scores now, but
Dead Man's Party was the
Dead Man's
big
Party
one for them, right? Yeah.
Weird Science, Dead Man's Party.
Who could ask for more?
Yeah.
I know that one because we used to play it on Halloween all the time, my old radio station.
Weird Science, Only Aladdin, Dead Man's Party. Those were your big Oingo Boingo tracks. Hey, your Cleveland Cavaliers are in Miami tonight. Hopefully they keep it together post-game because they got to come back here and play the Hawks tomorrow night. Must bum these guys out when they can't go out and party when they're in Miami. You know, it'd be more fun if you had a game and then, like, you don't have another game for a couple of days when you're in Miami. The Heat are, you know, they're a middling team. Cavs will play them tonight at 7:30. So your pregame coverage, the whole shebang, gets going here on MMS at 7 o'clock. And also you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. Cavs they broke their losing streak. They've had that unbelievably good luck couldn't last forever, but they're still killing it. Still doing a great job.
And no Jimmy Butler's a good thing. So
for the Heat.
Yep.
Yeah. Indefinitely suspended.
Yeah, his card got declined somewhere.
Oh.
And they were like, well, you don't have a job. I was like, wow.
Yeah, but he's got money stashed away. It's not like the guy's broke.
Yep.
I don't understand that. That's why you had the luxury of going, I don't care.
I wonder if it was
you
like
got $34 million in the bank.
I wonder if it was like a
team card,
Heat card or
company
something.
card.
Yeah.
It's also today and tomorrow and Friday are your last 3 days to use the promo code Garland at CLE Clothing Company. We get you a new promo code every month, and each one of them you can get 20% off whatever you want over there at CLE Clothing Company, whether you're in store, whether you're online. And then Saturday, when February begins, you'll be using a different promo code. Did you see what the new one is for February?
Sure did.
I've stopped trying to figure these out. For a while, they seem to be, you know what I mean? So I assume they know, because it's not like groundhog or anything like that.
Yeah.
When February hits, you're going to want to use the word arcade. Arcade.
As in there's an arcade across the street from our store.
As the old Stephen Piercy band. Anyone? Yes, there is an arcade right down here.
Was that before Rat?
After
Rat.
But before Vertex.
Okay.
I'll throw you a deep dive. Who remembers Vertex?
Not I.
There you go. Google that one. That was when all these bands that kind of came out of the 80s didn't know what the hell to do, and they were like, oh, maybe we'll try to sound like Nine Inch Nails. Stephen Piercy did one of those.
Oof.
Arcade, that's what you're going to use during the month of February for 20% off. Of course, there are only 28 days in February, but make the best of it. So today, tomorrow, and Friday, you're going to use Garland, and then come February, you'll use Arcade over at CLE Clothing Company. I was reading, speaking of AI, just put that dopey little song there together, and I was reading about ChatGPT. You know, the AI, it's a new arms race, very literally, between China and the United States. China seems to be, you might have read about something called DeepThink, I think, which, you know, all the AI guys over here are saying that China stole their proprietary whatevers. And unless you're in the AI business, this stuff is basically, for the rest of us, just waiting until our robot overlords take over, right? Because we're being used as guinea pigs for all this stuff. And there's a difference. You know, there are people who are of the mind when they talk about AI and they say, well, it's just stuff that's on the internet, and the internet is notoriously bad and not to worry about it. That's your traditional AI. That's just taking the data set and moving it around. It's the generative AI that freaks people out when it can start making its own decisions, and when it can get to the point where it, you know, that's the thing that, that's where the money is, and that's the thing that's really going to upend everything we know. They've also determined, however, that ChatGPT, and maybe you've dabbled in it from time to time, so that ChatGPT is 85% male users. Golly, I wonder what they're doing with it. 85% men using ChatGPT. So if you find yourself on there, maybe, you know, making a little AI girlfriend for yourself or something, or it's finishing your term paper, or you're in that, can I talk to a girl? It's all men over there. But people are spending money on apps. You know, they're spending money on ChatGPT, and that's kind of the 800-pound gorilla right now. So it's a huge moneymaker for Apple and Google, because they get, you know, they get money from people making the purchases in the app. And that's like a, you know, $2 billion market. A lot of money to be made there. But it is 85% men. Half of the group is under 25. And then the second largest group using AI is 50 to 64. So, you know, because women overall, because they know how technology can be weaponized against them. So they're statistically more skeptical about things like this, which is putting it kindly, than guys. You know, you see like high school kids getting in trouble because they disseminated some deep fake porn about some girl in their class. You know, they just put her head, effectively ruining this young girl's life before it's even really gotten off the ground. And so it is mostly men using ChatGPT and these AI programs thus far. So I have to think that those guys are looking for, maybe there's a glory hole AI that B can, who knows what he's using it for. He said he's got, like, there's maps and stuff, you know. Maybe he's on Scat GPT. That might be one looking into, worth looking into as well.
I am one to give credit where credit is due, and I believe a round of applause is in order for someone in the live chat who said, how about a grocery store called Glory Whole Foods?
Mm-hmm. Glory Whole Foods. There you go.
Just fantastic.
Congratulations. Well, because B said that there were glory holes in grocery stores.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
Correct. And just, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, geez, what rhymes with Heinens? What could we possibly make funny about Giant Eagle or
you
any
forgot
of the
about
others?
Whole Foods.
Whole, H-O-L-E.
Yep.
Foods. Man. Just sheer brilliant.
Congratulations, sir. Madam is right there in front of you. There the whole time.
Back to Scat GPT.
Scat GPT or Chat GPT and A or whatever however you want to write up your fake girlfriends.
I've never, ever gone on, ever. Not once have I ever used Chat GPT.
I think I did it one time. I dicked around with it like when it first rolled out. It's probably way cooler now, but I just don't care. I'm not writing term papers. I'm not. What do I need it for? So I haven't gone in and really messed around with it.
So what do you use for like the songs? Like
Suno.
Suno?
Yep, Suno
Okay.
is an audio AI program. There's Flat GPT, I have to assume, for guys into you girls with the triple A's. We've talked to those girls, right?
Uh-huh.
Cup size last week. They have Squat GPT if you're into the muscle mommies. The girls who are really working their traps, you know?
Fat GPT for the guys
yes.
Into the hefties?
Yep. If you end up suing Lyft because they won't, I heard Stansbury talking about this Detroit rapper who's very, very large, and she is suing Lyft because the guy would not give her, well, they're called Lyft. He would not give her a ride because he said that she was too fat.
Well, it's not what he said. He said the car was too small. Did you see her?
I saw her.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
She said that she could fit in that car. Now, first off, if you're an aspiring rapper, this is the greatest thing to happen to you, right? Because you've got a story that now puts you in the public eye. The trouble is when people invariably will listen to your music and they'll be like, eh. And now I haven't heard it. She might be great. I don't know. Dank DeMoss is her name. And she got herself a couple of Detroit attorneys, and they're suing Lyft. They figure it's funny to me because these companies don't make money, right? Lyft, Uber, they bleed money every year. But these people think these companies have deep, deep pockets. And so she goes, the driver said that I couldn't fit in her car. And she said, I could fit in that car. Now, I take her word for it. Because if you're that size, you know exactly where you can and can't fit in every situation. You know if you have to buy another airline seat. You know if you're going to take Greyhound or, I have to assume if you're that big, you know exactly where you can fit and where you can't.
Or you don't. There's a lot of people who are pretty damn clueless about things like that and would just be like, oh, I could totally fit in that. I've been trying to squeeze my ass into a medium for like 20 years now.
Yeah, but that's ego. That's not, you know what fits you and what doesn't, is what I'm saying.
I'm telling you that this woman believes that she could fit at 489 pounds.
Yeah, she's big.
Believes that she could fit. I'm trying to see what the car was. But for the person to say, ma'am, you should probably order an Uber XL, my guess is it was like a Prius, and there's no way that woman was getting into a Prius. No way.
I can fit in this car, she can be heard saying, to which he responded, believe me, you can't.
Yeah.
She said, I've been in cars smaller than that. I mean, you don't want to wear the car.
And that guy doesn't want to be smushed.
So they're suing for discrimination because in the state of Michigan, The weight is a protected characteristic. So it's an interesting case. I can't imagine it's the first of its kind, but he told her that his tires would not be able to handle the weight. Listen, these are people's personal cars, right? Lyft and Uber, that's the whole business model. They don't pay for the upkeep or anything like that. You're an independent contractor. You're on your own. But you voluntarily drive, but it's your car. So if you think you're going to need, an axle reworked because you gave this person a ride, he added that he would refund the ride so that she wouldn't be charged. It sounds like he was trying to accommodate her as she got upset. I didn't see the video. I didn't see the piece of video.
It was a Mercedes-Benz sedan. So I can tell you there's multiple reasons
not like
he decided not to give her a ride.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dank DeMoss. Her real name's Dejua Blanding. And, she's suing because she said that they would not give her a ride. Let me find a little thing here with her, and we'll see what...
Telling me I'm too busy to get in your car.
Deja Blandings recorded it all. Her Lyft driver pulling up only to turn her down.
I was too big, and his tires, something about.
Why was she filming him pulling up?
Because she knew exactly what she was going to do.
That's what I was thinking.
And you can see by the picture of the person that took this case, maybe the most punchable-faced lawyer of all time.
That guy right there?
He's got that. Is it which one? Is it the guy with the long hair?
No. This guy's got
look at the guy that has his arm around her.
Okay.
His tires, I asked.
Oh, okay. He's like
greasy scumbag, long hair.
From the Jeffrey Feiger School of Law there in Michigan.
Yeah. What do I have to do with your tires?
This happened January 18th. The 29-year-old Detroiter was headed to a Lions watch party, only she never got there.
So you telling me I can't...
Oh, a Lions watch party. Those are fun, boy. Everybody has a different kind of watch. I wore a Casio to the last one when I used to be on in Detroit. They are so fun.
Break out the Swatch.
She just wanted to go to one of those.
Get in the lift because I can't fit in your car.
Yeah, you need to order a bigger car.
What make you think I can't fit in a car?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The driver told her she needed to request an XL car.
I was embarrassed and...
It feels very set up.
Of course it does.
The whole thing feels very set up. She's filming him. He's trying to be accommodating. And she's like, and she's not a very good actress either. I can fit in your car. No, believe me, you can't. I've had this car for a long time. You can't fit in my car.
Last year, I was 554 pounds, and I fit in a car smaller than that. I just want you to know you hurt my feelings. Okay, well, now he knows. Drop the lawsuit. Stop whining. Get an XL.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know, but it certainly doesn't sound like this guy. It'd be different if this guy was screaming at her and, but...
Yeah, he's just like, look, no. It's easy. No.
Yeah, this is my car.
Give me a 1-star rating and move on. I'll take the bad rating. We're done. I'm not driving you.
Yeah. Well, it's good press for her.
Great.
I'm sure she hopes it translates into streams or whatever. But
maybe her first hit will be a huge hit. A very large hit. A big, epic, humongous hit. Thank you.
Now who's getting the applause?
Thank you.
You and that person in the YouTube chat.
I was just talking about her enormous career.
You're talking about what you hope will be her being launched into the rap stratosphere.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Where she may create her own stratosphere.
Well, I got to go to break here. I'm going to listen to some of her music in the break. I'm hoping it's good.
If she makes it, the entire industry will revolve around her, Alan. I guarantee it. Because she's the size of a planet.
Oh, is that what it is?
Stop whining about Lyft. I mean, really. Move on. I do like your point, though. We're talking about her.
Yeah, listen. People see an opportunity to get paid, and they try to take it. And there's a lawyer that will take up your case.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me take a break here. I will have incarceration tickets for you on the way back. 3 days, 3 stages, 60-plus bands at Incarceration. This is one of the best metal festivals in the country. It's the 18th, 19th, and 20th of July out in Mansfield at the Ohio
never ever meet, but you'll at least have some understanding of what their life is and what they went through or are still going through.
Listen to Here's the Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Here's the Thing and start listening.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go to Incarceration 2025. It is happening the 18th, 19th, and 20th of July out in Mansfield at the Ohio State Reformatory. 3 days, 3 stages, 60-plus bands. Falling in Reverse and Knocked Loose and Beartooth. Drowning Pool. Alpha Wolf. Slipknot is your Saturday night headliner. Lamb of God. Five Finger Death Punch. Acid Bath has reunited. They were going to premiere themselves in reunited form on a West Coast gig. That got canceled. So you're going to see them at Incarceration. And Taproot, and The Browning, and Kitty, and many, many more. And I got 3-day general admission weekend passes for you. I will see you out there. Incarceration.com for the details. Tattoo and Music Festival. So caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
What the hell is this? A pervert's convention or something?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Don't sleep on these guys either. I don't know what night they're there. A band called Architects. They are awesome. I think they might be on Saturday. No, they're on Sunday. I'm sorry. The last day of Incarceration. Go see Architects. I think they were just through the House of Blues. I didn't get over there, but they're dynamite. So anyway, tomorrow, Friday, about this time, I will have more Incarceration passes for you to join us out there mid to late July in Mansfield. Alan Dugy was talking this morning on the Shizzy that girl had already settled out of court, that rapper there in Michigan that we were talking about. Well, that didn't take long.
Which, again...
Lyft probably didn't want the bad press.
It also suggests that take what you can and don't push it, right? Take the settlement as quick as you can and hope they don't change their mind.
I guess so.
I'm going to do something like that now. Let's come up with something. We'll take a Lyft over to the Romo Fijo tomorrow night.
For our staff
get-together.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say they didn't pick me up because of something. You can be my witness. We can sue them and settle as quick as we possibly can. Split the dough.
This Lyft driver, Your Honor, thought that he was Kevin Stefanski, and this Lyft driver was not a Browns fan.
Asked me for a photo and an autograph, and then was pissed off when I wrote Rob.
You wrote Robbie.
Yeah.
The guy's like, who is that?
Hell's that guy?
Mm-hmm. Cavs play tonight in Miami. They'll be back here at home tomorrow night, play the Hawks, but tonight play the Heat. 7:30 tip-off. You'll hear it here on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app. Full coverage begins at 7 o'clock tonight on WMMS. Alan, where is this text? I just got out of a 7-month stint in prison and fired up the show on YouTube. Who is this person? And please update me on everyone. Thank you. Happy belated birthday to your father. I wrote this person back and asked what he was in for. He was falsely charged with rape.
Ooh, boy.
Won my case, but then found guilty of a lesser offense for not calling 911 or something. So he appeals in a couple of months, and hopefully all of it will be taken care of. Whole life taken away because I was innocent and won, but I'm a black dude, and it was a white girl, so that's life. Unfortunately. Assuming means that not in the judicial sense, but if... yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Glad that you're out. Sorry about that. Rob is my new co-host. Bill and Mary were unceremoniously cut loose by the company back a few weeks before Thanksgiving. And Rob, who was already our program director here at the radio station, got the tap on the shoulder. Lucky him. And that brings us to present day. And we have a new cast member joining the show on Monday. We'll be welcoming our new phone screener to the program. Her name is Kat, and I think you'll enjoy her a great deal. I'm looking forward to it. So we'll get into all of that with her on Monday I'll let her introduce herself to you. But it's me and Rob since mid-November, yeah?
Yeah.
This
With a
guy's
month
gonna,
off in
This guy's
between.
going to ask to be put back into prison after all
This
this.
new guy sucks.
Yeah.
Can you please just put me back in?
We were gone the last 3 weeks of the year, but we got a few weeks under our belt before that.
Just when we hit our stride, started getting real good, cranking out fantastic shows. Let's take a vacation.
They said, "Are you sure that you want to go on vacation at the end of the year?" And I said, "Yes, I do."
Do I ever?
I am fried, especially last year. Yes. So anyway, I don't know what the settlement was for that girl, but if that's true, I take Douchey at her word. She's a newswoman, Rob.
Boy, is she ever.
And so they've already settled, apparently. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I'd like to know where you are. Chad listens in Erie, Pennsylvania, right up the road. Sasha listens in Portland, Oregon. Eric is in Saginaw, Texas. I know we also have people in Saginaw, Michigan. Dennis is in Wartburg, Tennessee. Jake is in Charlotte. Christian listens in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And Rich checks in a lot from Jacksonville, Florida, too.
Alan, this is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast from yesterday. You got on the discussion about the American Association of Nude Recreation sending you an email about their upcoming events. You then said that you don't really have a problem with public nudity for yourself or other people. Sir, you're wrong. You hate other people's bodies. You comment about other people's bodies so often. If they are not appealing to you, you do not care to see it. So you like attractive naked people. Get it right. Hate the show. Bye.
When have I ever said that, by the way? I'm going to need the tape on that, Rich, because I've gone to a lot of nude beaches. I don't care. Spoiler alert, you go to a nude beach, most people are not attractive bodies. I don't care. That's their body. I don't want to look like them. That's why I work out and do what I do. But that's me. They can do whatever they want. I don't think I've ever said. If we get on these food conversations, that's a whole other thing. But we're talking about nude beaches and things like that. I don't care. I want people to be out there footloose and fancy free.
Was your microphone on when I walked in the studio earlier? You told me I look fat in this shirt. Is that... No?
No,
Were we already streaming?
That was not me.
Okay.
No, I don't think I don't know what you heard me say, Rich, but I would take exception with that. I do not care what people are doing on the nude beach. 90% of those people on the nude beach, they're not walking around all bronzed, and they're not Greek gods and goddesses on those nude beaches. Those are people who want to be unbound from the stiflings of their daily clothes. So, no, I don't care what people look like. And if they're on the nude beach, they don't care either. Good for them.
So there's been no settlement with that woman yet. There have been other Lyft settlements, but not for this case. This case just happened. So an hour ago.
I was going to say that's barely enough time to get anything filed.
Yeah,
I mean, that seemed really fast.
Nope.
Okay, they're still working on it then.
Yeah, it appeared like they just replied and said that they take it all seriously and this, that, and the other thing. And they also replied to her original Instagram post and said, reach out for additional support. So that's the only thing that anyone's had for communication so far.
Okay. Well, maybe she'll get a GoFundMe going then.
We'll just buy a copy of that album we tried to listen to. I mean, that we listened to that really liked.
Yeah, I listened to some of her. Listen, she's a Detroit rapper, so I can't play it for you because it's not edited. But she's clearly listened to some Rihanna records. Let me see. There's a little bit in here that's not.
Is there?
Yeah.
That's it. I think we're done there. That's probably enough of that song.
Yeah, okay. So listen, that song of hers, it's called So What? It's got 9,700 streams. She's not killing it.
She will soon.
Maybe she will.
YouTube will quadruple in like a day.
Yeah.
Because everyone's going to do what we just did.
Go listen to her music.
Right.
Yeah.
And then watch the video and go, oof.
And by the way, there will be somebody probably who's opportunistic who will go to her and go, we're going to make you a big deal.
Bigger.
Except these kinds of stories, they're not, it's hard to tell what hits with people anymore. You know, it used to be if you got in the news or you went viral, you could really ride that for a while. Not so much anymore because those kinds of stories happen with some frequency, and if not, something else will take its place. And people just don't pay attention that long. That's why you're lucky if people have the opportunity to get sick of you. Right? The Hawk Tuah girl, people are like, oh my God, this girl. But you're lucky if you're hanging around that long. If people are still, most people, they might blow up for like a couple of days and then it's gone, or a week or whatever, depending on what the nature of the story is. Something like this, she might hang on for a little bit because that is fat acceptance and things like that. That's a very big, I'm trying to be diplomatic here. I mean, that's a very, that hits a lot of people where they live. People are giving Lizzo a hard time because she's working on losing weight. And people go, what about body positivity? You forget that body positivity is about being positive about whatever size your body is. And if somebody goes, I don't know why people are held, big performers are somehow criticized if they go, I want to lose some weight. It can't be fun running up and down the stage every night when you're as big as Lizzo is. So I don't understand why people like force them into being one thing. For Adele lost a ton of weight. She's got a different crowd than Lizzo, so I don't think people were as critical of her. But like and it's not Lizzo fans, by the way. It's people who are always giving her a hard time because she was big or whatever. There's some people who have a real problem with body positivity. But if you're in that body and you go, I want there to be less of this. I want to get healthier. I want to look better. And so Lizzo's posting some photos. Now, she doesn't look like Janet Jackson, but she's losing some weight. And people are giving her a hard time for it. Like they're throwing it in her face. I'm like, why? Like, you're not living in her body, and you're sure as balls not up on stage every night running around. So what do you care? She play the flute, right? Mm-hmm. You know how much lung capacity you got to play the flute?
She probably has big lungs, I'd imagine.
But still, it's like when you go to a Blues Traveler show back in the day. Every ticket you bought, you're like, this might be the night this guy cacks out because he's blowing into that harp. John Popper was a big boy. I didn't know how it was impressive. I'm like, wow, I would get gassed fast. And this guy was and then he lost a bunch of weight because he's like, yeah, it's hard. I don't want to do that anymore. And I don't remember people giving him such a hard time, but boy, when Lizzo goes, I'm trying to lose some weight, it's like, what do you care? Why do you care? I know you don't. You just like pissing on people online, but still, it's like body positivity doesn't just mean stay one way for your whole life.
By the looks of it, she lost a lot of weight.
Now, the photo, I expected to Google her the other day and see her like super skinny, but what I saw was her posting her, I hit my goal or whatever, and I'm,
Yeah, she's significantly smaller than she was, though. She was a big woman. She's still big, but she's not by no means is she what she was.
Yeah. But I just think, man, if you're a performer and you want to improve the way you look, there's nothing wrong with vanity, by the way. I don't know why, for a country like America where people are constantly putting things in their body or taking it out, everybody's on Ozempic, I don't understand the problem. People are sleeping on vanity. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, within reason, anything within reason. You don't want it to drive yourself crazy. But if you look at yourself and you go, I don't want to look like this anymore. That's, So I got off on a tangent there. This rapper in Detroit is a very big girl. And, what happens is, invariably, these heavier performers are told at some point, hey, it would be great if you got into different shape. So it's a lot of body positivity at the beginning because that's a good thing to be for people. There's a lot of people who look like you. And if you have a platform and you go, hey, look at me, I'm up here on stage, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not the healthiest way to be, but for people's mental health, they're like, hey, there's somebody who looks like me. But somewhere along the line, people go, well, if you want to have, people are talking in her ear. Hey, if you want to have a long career, there's an actress named Cameron Manheim, people might remember. And she was in like Boston Legal and cop shows and things like that. She was in Scary Movie 2. She was the one you see the meme where her hat keeps getting bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Cameron Manheim was a large woman. And she was always talking about how she was really, no, she wasn't like Lizzo, but I mean, she's a big girl. And she was talking about how happy she was in her body and she's never going to change for anybody. And then she lost a bunch of weight because people got in her ear and they're like, hey, you know, you can really only ride the body positivity thing so far. You're not going to be getting cast in things anymore. And she's like, well, I guess I got to play the game or whatever. And everybody's giving her a hard time. It's like, what do you care? Let her do what she wants to do with her body. If she wants to lose weight, let her lose weight. If they feel better, they're like, oh my God, I feel great. Yeah, that's why a lot of people do it. That's why people are posting their journey on Reddit and Instagram. I don't know why other people care. Ooh, I got to give away this money. And maybe you're saving up for a rhinoplasty. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, Lizzo kind of asked for it. She posted pictures of her eating Cheetos backstage during an award show saying, be happy who you are. You can't have it both ways. Who are you? Who are you? You can't have it. Of course you can have it both ways. Hey, here's me fat eating Cheetos. Now here's me skinny. Yes. First of all, you literally physically can't have it both ways. You can't be heavy and skinny at the same time. So if she decides, wow, this was fun for a while, but I don't feel great anymore. I want to lose some weight. I don't understand this notion people have that somebody has to stay the way they are when they got famous. And if they change anything, somehow, you know, because guys, by the way, famous guys, they get way more latitude than women do. That's no big revelation. It's just one more way in which it's super fun to be a gal. So, yeah, I don't care what Lizzo does. I'm not going to see her. I'm not listening to her music. But if she's like, you know, but she's become kind of that poster child for a heavy performer. Or what was her name that played Precious?
Oh,
Gabourey Sidibe.
Yeah, yep.
To the best of my knowledge, I think she still looks pretty much the same. She got married. Good for her. Again, I got off on a tangent. This all started because Rob said that I like nude beaches, but I like looking at hot people on nude beaches. You're way off. A, I don't care. B, you are hard-pressed to find hot people. That's partially why I like nude beaches, because when I look around, I like, God damn, I'm one of the best-looking people here.
So wait a minute. That dude's name was Rob, or you said I said that? I want to make sure we clear that up for everybody.
No, sorry, Rich, not Rob. Sorry,
all right.
Sorry, Rich in Jacksonville, Florida.
didn't get you going on this.
No, not Rob, no.
I just made fun of the other one.
Not Robbie.
Said she was going to be a big star.
Yeah, well,
that's all I did.
Some people didn't like that either. People were texting me in the break. I'm like, well, listen, we pop off wise here. What do you want? But this notion that people have to stay exactly how they are. Yeah, people were calling her Cameron Manheim Steamroller. Things like that. They've heard them all. They've heard them all.
I don't know if you ever heard that one.
Well, you know. Alan, body positivity only applies to women. Nobody gave Eddie Murphy any guff when he gained and lost all that weight for the Nutty Professor. See? Exhibit A. Hercules. Nobody gave Eddie Murphy a hard time when he gained all that weight. But we'll see what happens with Dank DeMoss. They're in Detroit.
I have so many names.
For her?
Oh, yeah. I'm just holding them. If I pissed people off by saying she's going to be a big star, I'm holding the names.
Give me a name.
Nope. I'm out. I can't do it.
Yeah,
people are going to think I'm too mean.
No. We're putting it. We're shining a light on.
No, I'm positive about her image and her music career. I hope that she makes a ton of money from this settlement, and I will buy her album. What was her name?
Dank DeMoss.
Dank DeMoss, Volume 1.
Yeah.
Dank's greatest hits.
Yep. This is me then. This is me now.
Mm-hmm.
One name.
I gave it to you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I just changed Dank a little. All right. The reason she wasn't allowed into the Mercedes.
Yeah.
A part of the reason, I believe.
Okay. Oh, you're saying she had a foul and offensive odor.
Perhaps.
I see.
Perhaps. I mean, that can happen.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you've ever gotten into a Lyft or an Uber,
They usually smell.
I was going to say, those are going to be some fighting odors. So I don't know that. But again, it all comes down to this is his car.
That's correct.
And he can say, I don't want you in my car. If it were a city taxi cab, that's a harder lift, if you pardon the pun. Okay, I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. Want to go see the band Bayside? Remember them? They are celebrating 25 years as a band. And so they're doing 2 nights in Cleveland, 2 completely different sets, 2 nights pulling from 2 groups of albums to go over the whole history of Bayside. It's the Errors Tour, is the 4th and 5th of April at the House of Blues. So I'll hook you up coming back. 35192. Anything else, text me there. You can watch live if you want at the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
The Jonas Brothers teased their holiday movie for Disney+. It's a plot revolving around Nick, Joe, and Kevin overcoming escalating obstacles as they struggle to make it from
Say
London.
overcoming escalators, like
Overcoming
they have a real
escalators.
problem with escalators. They just can't
That
figure
might
them
sound
out.
like a better movie. They're stuck on the first floor.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Need a plumber?
Get ready for the big game and stock up on home team favorites like buy 5, save $5 deals at Meijer. Mix or match hundreds of items like assorted varieties of DiGiorno frozen pizza, 24 packs of Coca-Cola or Pepsi products, plus deposit where applicable, and Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue or marinade sauce. Buy 5, save 5 this week at Meijer. That's the good life. A good deal better. Exclusions apply. See all deals in store or in the Meijer app.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, 2-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse February 14th through the 16th. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Visit monsterjam.com today.
It's a new year full of new deals at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon. Browse the widest selection of new Chevys, all priced to move. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on select vehicles. That's right, up to $10,000 off your new Chevy. Visit Rick Limbers and his team today at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon to find the New Year's deal you've been waiting for. Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon, the #1 name for Chevy. See dealer for details. Offer ends February 28th.
Attention all football fans. Old Spice Swagger Deodorant 4-pack is back at Costco. Get ready to unleash the greatest smell in the NFL. Old Spice Swagger is the ultimate 24/7 odor protection for all the football fanatics out there when used daily. But here's the catch, folks. This limited time offer won't last forever, so head to Costco and grab your 4-pack of Swagger Deodorant. Don't let those game-winning moments be overshadowed by unwanted odors. Get your Old Spice Swagger Deodorant now.
It's Just Lunch presents a New Year's dating fantasy.
You're dreaming of a cozy holiday. That's why I'm standing at your door.
Like that's gonna happen. Call the dating experts at It's Just Lunch. They get to know you, then match you with a great date for lunch or drinks after work. Happy New Year from It's Just Lunch. Real people, real dates.
Visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity
on 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers play tonight. They're in Miami to play the Heat. Broke their bit of a slide with the Detroit Pistons the other night, so the Cavs will take on the Heat. A Jimmy Butler-free Miami Heat. Cavs Heat tonight, 7:30 here on MMS. 7 o'clock is when your pregame coverage gets going. And also you can listen on the iHeartRadio app if you want to. And then the Cavs will return home tomorrow night to play the Atlanta Hawks. And we'll be there. If you happen to see us, holla at your boy. Because we've got our iHeart staff annual Cavs game tomorrow night. We will be primarily posted up there in that Budweiser bar area. But those are always fun to do. Mix and mingle, as it were. Listen, we had fun at the Monsters game.
Sure did.
That wasn't like an official thing. We were kind of, out hanging with the peeps. But I like that. It's fun. We'll be moving into the spring, and I'll be telling you about the Bud Light Hoops thing we're doing again. I'm going to be doing a ton of appearances for that, for March Madness. Love doing that. That's a lot of fun. So a lot of things to tell you about in the next few weeks. But Cavs tonight and tomorrow night.
Where can you get that, Alan?
What are we talking about? Where can you get what?
The Cavs games?
Oh, WMMS.
I was just hoping for your...
WMMS.
Right here.
Oh, come on. The buzzard.
I'm so used to that. I love it. It's
well, I'm nothing if not predictable.
I love that.
Cavs basketball tonight, 7:30 tip-off, live from wherever the Miami Heat play. Was that like the Toyota Dome or something? Or
I don't know. Miami.
No, it's American Airlines Arena, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
They play at, I think they play at American Airlines. Oh, it's now the Kaseya Center? The Kaseya Center.
Live from Miami.
Live! Okay. The FTX Arena until FTX went bankrupt.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it used to be American Airlines Arena.
They change so often.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I know they do.
Yeah.
I know.
We're fortunate here because they kind of, they sort of stick. I know they changed a couple of times, but not a ton.
The 17-year naming rights agreement with Miami-based software company Kaseya.
Because the Romo Fijo was the Q? Is that?
It was the Quicken Loans Arena.
And they called it the Q? Yeah.
It was the Gund Arena before I got to Cleveland.
Okay.
That was just the name of the family who owned it. And then, so I've been here for the Quicken Loans Arena and the Romo Fijo.
And the ballpark used to be just called because it was Jacobs Field.
Jacobs Field.
Then it became Progressive Field, and that's it.
Yep.
Okay, so that's been a long time.
It was Progressive Field when I got to town. Alan, large women love me, which is weird because I'm 6 feet tall and 170. Not my preference, but I don't mind.
It's like that kid in Road Trip.
Well, you fish where the fish are, I guess, right?
Yep.
It's, Yeah, well, listen, large women loving you is better than no women loving you. Totally. If you're out there looking for love. My friend Billy Gardell, he and I go way back. He lost a lot of weight. There's kind of that tipping point where you can run the risk of looking ill if you lose too much weight. If it's too extreme, not extreme, but like, it's just like because it's not like you're seeing celebrities every day.
Right.
So there's a long period of time, by design, they want to stay out of the public eye until they can have a big reveal.
Well, it's almost jarring at times, right? Like you think, oh my God, that person is sick.
Yes.
He was one of those people. When I saw him after all the weight loss, I was like, oh my God, he must be ill. Because he lost so much weight.
Yeah, he had the band thing, I think.
He had like that in his eyes. You know what I mean? Like his face just sort of looks hung.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you thought, God, he lost a ton of weight.
Mm-hmm.
Mike and Molly was the show he was on, is that right?
Mike and Molly, that's right. But he's from, I think he grew up in Florida, but he's closely associated with Pittsburgh. That's where I met him many, many years ago. He did my Pittsburgh show, and he's a hell of a guy. Very funny guy. Here's Rich. Bring me your receipts.
This is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the show today. You had mentioned you really don't think you criticize people's bodies too often. Donald Glover, Childish Gambino in the music video, shirtless. You've made comments about his body. Vince Neil performing on stage out of shape. You made comments about his body. There's others I can cite.
Yeah, but that's what. But yeah, okay. But I'm not. But that's different than me saying I don't like nude. I only like people on nude beaches that look hot. Childish Gambino, he's in a video shirtless. He's presenting himself to you in that way. And I was like, oh, he didn't look the way I thought he looked. Vince Neil,
you're fat.
I mean, come on, man. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not the guy out here planting my flag in. Oh golly, look at Vince Neil. That's everybody's first reaction. All I've ever said is, if I was going to go back on tour, Motley Crue made this big show 6-7 years ago. I was still on in the air in Detroit talking to those guys about it. Made a big show about how they were never going to tour again.
Yep.
They're breaking up. We signed a contract in blood, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I mean, a lot of bands do a U-turn on those kinds of things. Those guys barely, the blood was barely dry on that contract. It was like 11 months later. They're like, yeah, it turns out we really hate sitting around our houses.
It was just all bullcrap anyway.
All I ever said was, if I was the front man for Motley Crue, I would have gotten into amazing shape. Because obviously everybody, what I'm saying is you're trying to negate people's criticisms about you just making a money grab, which we all know it is, and that's fine. Grab some money. But man, I was just amazed at the shape Vince Neil was in to go back on the road. It can't be fun. I mean, you've seen those videos, right, where they subtitle it and you don't know what the hell he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's letting the crowd sing half the songs.
Well, and he's just like, he's the epitome of the joke, right? Like letting yourself go. He's the face of that. Like, look at what he looked like in the 80s.
I mean, Tommy Lee looks pretty much the same as he did in 1985.
Nikki Sixx.
Partially genetics, but...
They all look good. Vince let himself go, period.
Yeah, I'll play you some of this video here, Vince Neil. It's subtitled because you can't tell what he's saying.
Yeah.
Trash Phil Fruity called Tub of B.
So good.
My honk. Big Mac 103. And they got backup singer. Freddie's Gas. Ham hit a dog. That's my favorite. Keem Samahar, Ham hit a dog. And if you're the other guys in the band, you think that you would have had a conversation with him. You know, hey, we're old guys now. We want to get out there and look great. And he didn't do that. And so, whatever. Yeah, so I've made, but that's got nothing to do with me being on a nude beach and going, oh, God, look at all these people. That's what you're going to get on a nude beach. I don't care.
Well, and also,
public nudity is fine with me.
I'm guessing you were referring to the This Is America video, the Childish Gambino.
Yeah.
So I think saying he doesn't look the way you expected him to look is totally fair. He looks like a very thin, in-shape dude. And he's not fat. He's mushy. He's like, you don't expect that.
He looked like a regular guy.
100%.
And I thought that he was like kind of ripped.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't think that's saying anything wrong. That's not being judgmental of someone. That's saying that you expected, based on what you saw of that person clothed, that they were going to be a little more ripped, because he has big arms. It just looks like he's kind of, he's a little doughy in the middle. Happens. Look at me. I used to not be doughy. I had a physique.
A physique.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, now, we all have a physique, right?
Now round is a shape.
Yep.
I got to do something.
Hey, there's people who say if you don't have abs, you're fat. Doesn't matter what you're showing on the scale. If you don't have abs, I'm down to 171. My abs are getting there, but that means by that person's logic, I'm still fat. If you don't have abs, you're fat. I'm like, okay. And now that's what some people use to motivate themselves. I think that's probably, that's more gym bro talk.
I know I'll never have abs, but I mean, I could definitely lose. I could lose 20 pounds. If I wanted to have that athletically built Stefanski image, 20 pounds I could do without, for sure. A little doughy around the middle.
No, you got a life to lead, So anyway, your Cavaliers play tonight on WWMS. Your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball playing the Miami Heat. That's tomorrow night, the Atlanta Hawks in town at 100.7 W. And on the iHeartRadio app, use promo code Garland for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Brian checking in. You want to hear from Brian?
I always want to hear from Brian.
I woke up this morning to no fewer than 15 voicemails from Brian. And some of them were singing. Some of them were him listening to other shows in the background.
Okay.
And some of him, you know. So I'm going to play a little clip of him singing, and I'm going to see if you, again, he's kind of been in that mid-'70s wheelhouse, so that's the only hint I will give you. You might instantly recognize it. It took me a second.
She's a dancer.
Oops, sorry. Hold on.
A romancer. I'm a Capricorn and she's a Cancer. She saw my picture in a music magazine.
Now, he really takes his liberties with these songs. So it's not like you can ID them by the melody. You got to know the lyrics or you won't get it.
Can I have it again?
Yes.
She's a dancer, a romancer. I'm a Capricorn and she's a Cancer. She saw my picture in a music magazine.
The only song I don't even know song. I know there's a Kiss song.
You're correct. It's Come On and Love Me. 1975. I think it's from Dress to Kill.
She's a dancer, a romancer. I'm a Capricorn and she's a Cancer. She saw my picture in a music magazine.
Mm-hmm.
When she met me, said she'd get me, touched her hips and told me that she'd let me. I took her.
I also forget how bad early Kiss is.
Oh, yeah.
It is terrible. It's a good thing those guys had a hell of a live show, and then they kind of settled into their vibe because those early albums are just god-awful. It's no wonder Kiss was not, nobody cared about them for the first couple albums until that live record. And then they blew the doors off. But, yeah, those early Kiss songs. So Brian's in that mid-'70s, but he's always checking in with some kind of thing.
I'm a dead man. If I can't masturbate in front of God, I don't know who I'm going to do it to.
Yep, there you go. Thank you, Brian. He's always got, if it's not singing along with songs, he's always got some amazing thoughts in his brain.
Starbucks coffee is trash. I can make coffee so good, give you a fucking hard-on.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be good coffee, man.
Flat white.
We need more sluts.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian.
15.
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
So I won't tell you to keep them coming, Brian, because I know you will.
We got to get him out for one of our gigs.
I'd like to keep our relationship professional. I don't want to know what he looks like. I don't want to.
I'm so curious.
Well, maybe he'll come out.
I make my living on the evening news. Just give me something I can use. We've only just begun. Who's gonna drive you home tonight?
Mm-hmm. Fantastic.
What's that called when you do that with your voice? The
vibrato?
Yeah, I love when he uses his.
I love when he does it.
It's the best.
Very, very good. And then let me find the other song here. We're like, hey, everybody, it's Friday. Time to get you. Tell the boss to go scratch.
Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang.
Hey, got plans for the weekend? All right.
Finger bang.
Take this jab and shove it a little. 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. 4:05 on a Wednesday. Tell that boss to go. You get the gist. I also see a lot of people talking about, I guess they surveyed a lot of people. And no shock, there's a contingent of this sports fans who think that the Monday after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday. Because why not? You could take any Sunday in the year and go, hey, do you think you should get the next day off? And people go, yes. But Super Bowl Monday is the day that well over half of the people surveyed think that it should be a holiday. Up until now, you've just had to call in with the brown bottle flu. And there are consequences, right? They're like, yeah, people come in on Monday, but they don't want to do anything. Way less productive on Super Bowl Monday. The Kelsey brothers, they have a podcast. Did you know they're from Cleveland?
Did you also know they had a podcast?
What? From Cleveland Heights.
Huh.
No.
Completely
It's
out.
one day out of the year, all right? One day.
The Super Bowl is meant to be played on Sunday.
Yeah.
If anything, we need to make Monday a holiday.
Yeah.
Just make Monday a holiday. The country should change what they're doing for the Super Bowl, not the Super Bowl for the country.
Come on now, people.
Come on.
I actually agree with this one.
Always with their finger on the pulse. I don't disagree with it. I don't care. Yeah. Super Bowl Monday, a holiday, sure. Now, there's a little caveat here. I think the only people who should get it off are the fan base of the two teams that are in it.
I completely support that as well. Which means we'll never have a day off here in Cleveland.
There you go, right. And you're going to have two insufferable fan bases in Kansas City and Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Some kid died. They grease up the poles in Philly when they win.
Mm-hmm.
Some kid died. A teenage kid. They're in Philly. I think the update was this morning. Up until then, I think he'd been in a coma. An 18-year-old Temple University student. It's crazy to me how nuts people go when they're rooting for laundry. Obviously, they were going crazy there in Philly on Sunday. Tyler Sabapathy. Sounds like a medical condition. An 18-year-old freshman at Temple University. They got this all on video. They filmed him climbing a light pole in Center City, and he fell. Ironically, he was on Temple's gymnastics team. But he did not stick this landing. He died. He won 120 medals in regional and international competitions over the course of his gymnastics career. So an accomplished dude. And that's always a bummer. I'm on record as saying that it's always more sad when an attractive person dies than an ugly person because we just don't have as many of them among us. And I always hate to hear people who are really accomplished who die too because we have fewer of those people. And as time goes on, we're going to have even fewer of those people. So, yeah, Eagles beat the Commanders, NFC Championship. They greased the poles there in Philly. And this kid fell all the way down. Another woman injured 8 people. She drove her car into a crowd. There were a couple of shootings, a stabbing, but that's like a Sunday night in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Some cops got beat up because, back the blue. And this kid fell off the greased pole. I wonder where the greased pole tradition started in Philadelphia.
I think it's the Italians. I think that's always been something that they do at the feasts.
Is that serious?
Yeah.
I mean, I went to a lot of Italian feasts when I lived in Pittsburgh, and there were no greased poles.
Yeah, they did it. That's huge in New York City. The Feast of San Pedro? Begins with a G.
San Gennaro?
San Gennaro. I believe that's what it is, and that's where they have it in New York there. I've seen that. I know they do it in Philly. They do it. Where I grew up, they used to do it. Bunch of dudes, they'll just stand on each other's shoulders until somebody gets to the top.
The grease pole from the San Gennaro Festival.
They?
Italian Market Festival brings back the tradition of climbing the greased pole. I wonder why that started. But what does that have to do with Italian or Catholic or church or anything like that?
I don't know. I maybe something to do with the fact that there were olive oil importers, but I could also be using that because of The Godfather. I don't know.
May your first child be a masculine child. Yeah, they're trying to climb
Well, people just like to be
On the day of your daughter's wedding.
It's a cultural thing in the city. When we won the Super Bowl a few years back, everyone was climbing poles. We just love to climb poles in this city.
I just feel like it's so unique. I mean, people climbing poles for meats and cheeses, like, it's a sport.
I mean, I have a pole near my meats and cheeses, Rob. I don't mean to put too fine a point on it.
And you grease it often, don't you?
I sure do, man. Yeah, okay. Well, Dom Crimmy, who is the co-owner of Capucho's Meats, says, yeah, it's a long-standing tradition. Okay. And so what? Philly just scooped it up?
Yeah, I don't think it's exclusive to any one town. I know that it's huge in New York City. And like I said, we did it where I grew up, in Springfield, Mass. So I would imagine it's big everywhere.
Well, we don't do this in Chicago, Illinois, I'll tell you that. We keep the grease off of our poles.
I want to Google now if you guys do have it and you just don't know about it.
That might be true.
You ever been to the Italian festivals in Chicago?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well then never mind.
But it might be a recent development. I'm just saying, when I lived in Pittsburgh, I ended up going to a lot of those Italian church festivals and things. I don't ever remember grease pole. Maybe I am misremembering, though.
live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love, plus the new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
All right, Trent Reznor and 9 Inch Nails are coming back to Northeast Ohio on the Peel It Back tour, a little homecoming, on Sunday, August the 31st. This is Labor Day weekend at the Romo Fijo. The tickets went on sale this morning at noon. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com. I have to assume they're going very, very quickly. So I will have tickets for you right now, then tomorrow and Friday. So good luck. 2 for 9 Inch Nails. End of August. We will see you there. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I forget how old this song is. I always think of this song as being one of the newer songs, but it is not. Boy, it's going back for this one. So more tickets tomorrow about this time for 9 Inch Nails, and then we'll do a pair on Friday. And I'm sure we're giving them away at WMMS.com. I have to think.
What was this on?
It was on the Fragile, wasn't it? 99?
Oh, my God,
I
really?
thought it was, yeah. I mean, at first I was like, I don't remember being that old.
Oh, my goodness. I think you're right.
Yeah, 99 was on the Fragile.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
26 years old. Right? I'm like, oh, this was like maybe in the last 15 years. Nope. Great song, though. Great record.
Wow.
I love With Teeth. I think a lot of people slept on With Teeth, but I thought With Teeth was great. Year Zero was great. It's awesome. If you've never seen 9 Inch Nails, it's just an unbelievable show. It's just fantastic. I've seen them inside and outside. And there's a lot of bands, if you see bands of that ilk, where if you see them outside, you go, eh. They're more of, but either way that you see them, they're just great. Cavaliers are in Miami tonight to play the Miami Heat at 7:30. That's your tip-off on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. 7 o'clock pregame. And then they are here at home tomorrow night to play the Hotlanta Hawks. Alan, they do the greased pole at St. Rocco Church. It went away because of COVID. Not sure if they brought it back. Yeah, I imagine that the greased pole climb was probably one of the early casualties of COVID. As long as you wear a mask up there, we don't care. Yeah. Okay. Well, then they're doing that locally. And Alan, didn't you guys grate the poles at Papa Giuseppe's? Why do you have to hurt me like that? A failed restaurant chain from back in the day. We didn't have greased poles at Papa Giuseppe's checkered tablecloth pizzatorium. Thought it'd be too gauche for...
You keep popping off wise. I'm fitting to go upside your head with a baseball bat. Hey, it's Papa Giuseppe's checkered tablecloth pizzatorium.
You don't hear any mention of greased poles, do you? There's a good reason. It's by design.
What's the secret to our delicious pizza? Simple. It's just microwaved Lunchables. Papa Giuseppe's checkered tablecloth pizzatorium.
Someone's screaming. Why do we think we should scream at people? Alan, I think the Monday after the Super Bowl should absolutely be a holiday. At my job one time, we had a person vomit onto a running conveyor belt on Super Bowl Monday. Well, you got to go in. You got to get paid.
I puked before I went on the air a couple of times. I know that for sure.
After watching the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that morning, going in that next morning. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sick as a dog. I remember once I had to dress up as an elf for a bit they were doing on the morning show.
Yep.
And I was so goddamn hungover.
You were as green as the suit.
Oh, I was so sick.
I couldn't tell you the last Super Bowl party I went to. It was many years ago. I feel like it was one of my first few years here in Cleveland.
I usually have something at my house. I usually have a small get-together.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, we watch, and I'll cook and we'll, have some snackies or whatever, but it's like we haven't gone to a Super Bowl party in a long, long time.
Was that the part where you paused? Am I supposed to invite you there? Is that the part I was supposed to be like, hey, why don't you come by, Alan?
No, I'm not hauling ass to Medina.
Now we're besties, so I had to think. Wait, you paused. I'm like, oh no, am I supposed to invite him here? What's protocol? You guys kind of you want to come by? Gonna make some ribs. You want to come? I'm not heading out to Medina. Screw you.
No, come on. It's I wouldn't presume on our friendship. Me and you and the people of Medina County, and they do their thing, and
they do their thing, all right.
Yeah, they sure do. I was looking through my. I got a thing in my email about how we have to do, and we have these every so often. Every year, we have to take corporate FCC compliance training.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for those of us who have been in this business for decades. This is old hat. You still got to go through it, but we are well-versed in FCC regulations. Rob and I are of the age where we both have FCC licenses.
That's right.
They don't even do that anymore. I don't know when they stopped, but you used to have an FCC license issued to you by the government to operate broadcast equipment.
I am a legal operator of a radio station. I am as legal as they come, Alan. I could pass. It doesn't mean anything. I couldn't give it to anyone. No one would care if they saw it, but I do have it. It's in a box somewhere at home.
I have mine.
You carry it?
In my wallet.
No way.
That is just my wallet is just I never carry my wallet. It's always in my backpack. Here is my FCC operator's license.
Whoa!
It has gotten wet. It is like Alan Brandon Cox. There's my name.
That's exactly what mine looks like.
Not valid without the FCC seal.
That's funny.
I got this in it is stamped October 11th, 1991. That was when I did a semester of college radio. And I had to, even for college, even for non-commercial radio, you had to have an FCC operator's license. And a lot of dudes got them laminated and everything, because they were proud. It was a big deal. I don't know when you don't need these anymore.
But you still carry it just in case.
Well, it's just in my wallet along with a couple with like my physical social security card.
You carry that too?
Well, I don't carry a wallet. There are things that I keep in a wallet that is in my backpack.
You have like a Costanza wallet? Just a giant? No?
No, it's like this.
All right.
Just
That's two very odd items to have in a wallet that size.
You're right, but it's like I
think it's great.
I don't have like a box of paperwork and things. I literally have a couple of things, and those just happen to be in that wallet.
I guarantee you mine is in a box of probably old air checks and crap somewhere.
That's probably where it belongs. I have a couple of giant tubs of like every show I've ever done that are on mini disc or cassette or whatever. I should just throw that in one of those tubs.
It is pretty cool to see. I have not seen one of those in a very, very long time.
When you see your career reduced to a couple of plexiglass tubs, that's fun.
At least you have that. I think mine are in bags, like old shoe bags.
Are they?
Yeah.
But you were doing your FCC compliance, I assume.
Oh, I did it this morning.
Yeah.
I know the answers, right? They're the same questions.
Yep.
Everything is the exact same.
We're just
training
going through the
forever.
motions, yes.
So I hit play and I start doing other things. I scheduled some music earlier and I'm just like dicking around, letting the thing play in the background. And then I started scrolling Instagram. And remember I told you yesterday, I'm in like that sweet spot of my algorithm right now where I'm getting like those pause challenges.
Yes.
Like hit pause and you get to see the person like show like a side boob or something like that.
It's a girl, and for people that haven't seen these, because your algorithm isn't serving you these.
Right.
It's a girl who's in a bikini and making some moves, and she inserts one frame of like a nipple or like half a cheek or something.
Mm-hmm.
And on Instagram, if you touch the screen, it will pause the video. And so I think they're called pause game videos.
I think so, yeah.
Because they'll be like, the caption will say, "Did you see it?" So that's what you were doing.
So I'm letting this thing play, right? And I'm realizing I'm scrolling. I am scrolling. I notice I'm like, oh, yeah, it's not playing anymore. So I reach over and I hit the mouse to get the thing to play the next slide. Pause. And I realize about halfway through this slide that I'm looking at these things during the indecency segment of the training. And I'm like, wow, the irony of that. I'm sitting
colliding.
Here just completely being a foul pervert during the indecency segment of my FCC training.
They don't know what you're doing.
Well, no, but it wasn't lost on me.
Yeah.
You know?
Boobs.
It had to be a half an hour, man. It was a long-ass slide in the middle. I'm like, oh, my God, this sucks.
It's also...
Yeah, I get it.
Like, how long are you gonna try to pause for half a second of, like, a girl's side boob?
Like a half an hour.
Because they can't show nudity on Instagram, so you're not getting anything. You know, it's like the girls who want you to go to their OnlyFans page, and you look at it, and it's the same stuff that's on Instagram.
Oh, no, they're slipping them in here now, man.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
On Instagram?
Oh, yeah.
Like nipples?
Yep.
Oh.
And they'll do like the, hey, I dropped my phone, bloop, and there's like her butt is there.
Oh, I see.
You know, like the quick, wee-hoo.
Okay.
Back up with the phone.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so this was in the background of your compliance
My compliance training, yep. I won't do indecent things. I refuse to do anything indecent on the radio. But right now, I am staring at these slides like you would not believe. Thank you, Instagram Reels.
Yeah.
Just a filthy animal pervert. I swear to God, it's just something really, really wrong with me.
Well, but you're probably not alone in that. I mean, off the air is your time, Rob.
Yeah, but technically, at that point, I probably should not have been doing that. You know what I mean? Like, okay, everybody knows I don't care about the training, but the fact that those two things collided, you know, I mean,
well, listen,
I might be the only person that's happened to.
You've got to give yourself some leeway. Got to give yourself some leeway.
I guess.
That's Rob's booty news, by the way.
Did you take yours yet?
I have not.
Well, when you do, man, I suggest Instagram Reels.
I was gonna say I gotta get on Instagram before I do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just normally scrolling. I'm like, oh look, a funny golf video that I normally have. Oh, what does this happen?
I was gonna say, I guess I don't get served. I've seen those videos, but I'm not served those videos.
What do you normally get?
Well, I get a lot of, I follow a lot of bands. I follow a lot of meme pages. I follow a lot of artists and sculptors, and I don't know.
Yeah, see, I
don't get that kind of stuff served to me.
I always get World Star. I always get ESPN. I get, like, my home teams. I get the Bruins. And then I get golf videos. Usually, like, sometimes into the algorithm will come some sort of, like, a funny fart prank. And then my pause game, which...
Because if you were to search pause game, is that what would come up?
I don't know. I didn't search for it. I must have just liked something along the way that said, oh, this guy's a pervert. Let's feed him more of this stuff.
How strong is your pause game, says this. Okay. I mean, there's tutorials for the uninitiated on how to pause videos. Bet you can't pause at the right spot. Yeah, so they're all over Facebook and they're all over. Bet you can't pause at the right spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I hardly think that rises to the level of perversion.
I mean,
the time
timing.
killer. Yeah.
The timing of it.
While you're taking your indecency.
Correct.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Looking at indecent things.
Yep.
During my indecency training.
Take that, Dave, iHeartMedia.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
What's up, fellas? Checking back in, but just letting you guys know that I've been walking around the damn house for the past few days going, drop kick a baby, your mother's a whore. My girlfriend is very confused.
Mm-hmm. Our little Mr. Belvedere. It's a fun way to sing over Leon Redbone here. Right, hold on. Drop kick a baby when you walk in the door.
Who cares?
Who cares?
When you drop
Stole all the pickles. What was it? Your mother's a whore. Yeah. Stole the
waffles. Yeah.
You stole the waffles.
God, your mother a whore.
Your mother a whore. Bam. I like the notion of people walking around their house unwittingly doing that. Here's money for you, $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
Your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, did you guys talk about Howie Mandel ambushing Bill Burr and Billy? We did talk about that last week. Yeah. Howie Mandel had, there's been a rumor for a while or something that Bill Burr and Billy Corgan are half brothers because Billy Corgan's father was a traveling musician and like a professional philanderer. And so that's kind of been in the bloodstream for a while, I guess. And so Howie Mandel had Bill Burr on his podcast and brought Billy Corgan out, unbeknownst to Bill Burr. And I guess he thought it'd be funny. Bill Burr did not find it funny, I guess.
Not at all.
Like in the podcast. And I thought that it was set up because, you know, obviously if anybody can fake that like angry thing, it would be Bill Burr. But then it was like, there's no way that he would fake something. So it's probably legit. He was on with Rich Eisen talking about it.
People want to know, were you really pissed?
But listen, I don't like talk about
your stuff.
Yeah, I don't. And so like Howie did what he did.
Yeah.
Because he is a Hollywood whore. And he doesn't care what happens, that he just didn't.
Okay.
You know, he could have said something and he just, you know,
just threw it
brings
out
up all that weirdness. You know, Billy's fine. I mean, that's the first time I ever met him, but it was like fine or whatever. But like, I did not appreciate, you know, what Howie did. No, not at all.
All right. So
no, but he's like Howie, so he's like sort of hard to hate. You know what I mean? How do you like hate a germaphobe? He's like not threatening. He just walks with his arms in so he doesn't rub against curtains that he owns. That's the weirdest thing about him. He's a strange man.
Yeah, it's definitely a pissed off man. That's legit. And I guess they've had some rift over the years, he and Bill Burr, Howie Mandel and Bill Burr.
Well, that didn't help.
No. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely hear in that reply that he's like, yeah, the guy's kind of an a-hole. Hollywood whore.
Alan, your initials are ABC. That's queer. Yeah, I didn't name myself. I don't know what you want from me. I guess my parents thought it would be cute. Yes, those are my initials.
Maybe he meant queer in the other definition.
As in strange?
Correct.
That's strange or odd. Yeah, I'm sure that's how they meant it. Alan, wasn't there an Alan's Wallet Twitter parody account back in the day? Yeah, I think you're right. There were a ton of Alan Cox Show parody accounts, just things that would get mentioned on the show. And people would just create instant Twitter parody accounts. There probably was an Alan's Wallet thing in there, too.
I have to go over to Blue Sky now.
Are you on Blue Sky?
I did sign up. I have not done anything on it.
I mean, for a while, these were supposed to be like Twitter killers, but Twitter, I think, basically sucks now, so whatever. I deleted my account a while ago, but I don't know that I need to replace it with anything.
I just grabbed it because it was something to do other than looking at my Instagram algorithm.
But isn't Threads like that? I mean, that's part of Instagram and Meta, but like I'm barely on Threads.
No, I don't even use that. It's there. I've never. I am signed in. I do have an account, but I've not ever looked at it.
Huh.
This I just did to see how much it looked like Twitter, and it looks just like Twitter.
Exactly like Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the blue butterfly, it looks like the stupid little blue bird that used to be there.
I just feel like any platform like this that bills itself initially as, hey, it's an antidote to X, Y, and Z. We don't have Nazis on like Twitter does and blah, blah, blah. The more popular they get, they're in the same business. They're trying to get advertisers and eyeballs and the whole thing, unless there's some mission statement over there at Blue Sky that I'm not aware of. But even Google started with the don't be evil mantra, and look what happened there. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get on there. I mean, there's people that I follow who are on there, and I enjoy their commentary, but those people are also on Threads.
I used X mostly for news, right?
Like an aggregator.
Yeah. And so missing that, I'm trying to find something else. So I did not get off of X right away. I know you were early in that. I waited until I was certain that Elon Musk did what everybody saw him do. And then I was like, yeah, I'm out. Because the more I watch it, the more I see it. I mean, I'm the first guy to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. That was just too much. And at that point, I'm like, I can't do that. I had a SpaceX sweatshirt I feel like I should not ever wear again. Like, there's just things that's not cool, man. Not at all.
The government had to discontinue. They had to discontinue this 800 line or something that they had set up for people to snitch on people in their community that they thought were undocumented immigrants.
Yeah.
And they took it down because so many people were leaving messages saying Elon Musk needs to get scooped up. He's an undocumented immigrant. And I guess maybe if that's true, that made the wrong people upset. Maybe I'll check out Blue Sky. It's not like there's any downside to being on it, but like I was on Mastodon for a hot minute. Remember when that was going to be the big Twitter killer? And I mean, it was pre all the Nazi stuff, but
I did it just for, like I said, just so I can be like, okay, here are the 10 things I follow that are going to push content to me every day.
Yeah.
And that's where I find a lot of stuff.
Well, maybe I'll get on there. I'll follow you on there.
Aw. I'll follow you back.
They have 30 million users now.
I think everybody inflates those now. Well, you got this many, like Instagram did with Threads, right? Like we had 743 million people sign up on the first day. Well, yeah, basically just tied it into
I was in Vegas.
Instagram.
Yeah, I landed in Vegas and they had launched Threads and I was like, I'm waiting in the airport. I'll get on Threads. But also, I just assume that for Meta, they just inflate those numbers because they just include everyone who's already on one of their products,
Correct.
right? If you're on Facebook or Instagram, they go, hey, look at all these people on Threads. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Any of it. But maybe it's fun. I got to take a break. If you're on hold, Leslie, hello.
Hi, I'll keep it brief. I know you have to go.
Thank you.
So, indecent algorithms on Instagram, I was suffering from that for the longest time to the point I was terrified to open up Instagram in public because I would be getting these reels of these really wonderfully nice young ladies who were perfect in every way, but they would have little white G-strings on, and you would see them bend over, and the chocolate starfish is out there in full view. And it caused a point of contention between my husband and I because he did not believe me when I told him that the booby ladies and the butthole ladies were taking hold of my Instagram feed until one day we are eating in a restaurant and I'm mindlessly scrolling and I immediately slam my phone down and he's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, they're in here, look. And I showed it to him and he's like, oh my God. So now he wants to take my phone.
So much hole on Instagram.
I just wonder what you were looking at to create that algorithm.
Me too. It is a mystery that, Alan, you know the kind of stuff that I draw. I didn't think that was triggering the algorithm in any way, but I guess it did. So now it's been a cooling off period, but I figure in the summertime it's going to ramp back up.
I guess so. Well, fight the good fight, Leslie.
Anyway, love you, bye.
Love you, bye. There's Leslie. Very smart, very talented. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe this conversation we're having is going to start feeding me B-hole reels.
You can only hope.
I guess so.
Not enough B-hole in your life.
I guess I'll
clean butthole.
I guess I will keep my eyes open for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to break. Want to send me a text? 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Email me there. Hit the contest page, too, because we're giving away a lot of tickets.
35% off doorbusters. Plus, get an extra 25% off store-wide. Save on Lazy Boy. Plus 60-month special financing with no money down. Now at Levin.
This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I put myself on Blue Sky in the break.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens there.
Did you find me?
No, I didn't.
Thanks a lot.
Are you WMMS Rob? I literally just set it up.
No, I'm just joking. I don't know.
You don't know who you are.
Hold on, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I
there you
think
are.
so.
Yeah, WMMS Rob. Well.
Yeah, that's me.
1 follower, 11 following. All right, now you have 2 followers.
I had one already?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Wow, I do have one, and I don't even know who the hell that is.
It looks like a bot. See, this is what I'm talking about. Your other you have 2
Palestinian Gaza is
Palestinian
following me.
_ Gaza and me.
Well, that's good. I mean, it's a good start. How do I get rid of that?
Well, I don't know that you do, but it's like that's clearly a bot.
I would imagine.
Yeah. All right. Well, that ended up being the death of Twitter. I mean, not only the Nazi in charge, but also like all the bots and all the,
I just followed you back. Now I'm following 11 people.
Yeah. 11 people.
Looks just like Twitter.
Alan was singing your old-timey version of Get Low yesterday. Yeah, that was pretty good, too. That was fun.
I enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm. You or Rob ever heard of Rumble? Yeah, that's like a right-wing... Rumble is like a right-wing... I was going to say right-wing YouTube. That's redundant. It's like a right-wing... Well, it's a right-wing social media platform. So you like Tucker Carlson and all those guys. I think they all have presences over there on Rumble, and that's not really my vibe. But again, there have been a lot. Back in the day, there was Vine, and Vero is this video platform that was kind of supposed to be a counterpart to YouTube and things like that. I mean, there are some platforms you're not gonna kill. Nobody is out there trying to develop everybody's trying to develop the Twitter killer for a while. Nobody's trying to develop a YouTube killer. They're like, it's Google, it's too big to fail. Hey, Cavs play tonight. They're in Miami to play the Miami Heat, appropriately enough. For a 7:30 game, 7 o'clock is the pregame coverage on WMMS. You can also listen to the game on the iHeartRadio app if you prefer. The Cavs will be back here at home tomorrow night. That's a 7 o'clock start. The Atlanta Hawks are in town. We'll be at that game. It's our annual iHeart Cavs staff game. So we'll leave here. We'll go walk to Flannery's, get a couple of whiskey shots in us, take the edge off, and then walk over to the game. And then take more edges off. Is that the plan?
That is the plan.
All right. Oh, hey, Matt Pinfield had a stroke. Did you read about Matt Pinfield?
Yeah.
So I was talking about my friend yesterday, my buddy Kevin Mano, who was on the air with me when I was on in Chicago. He and his brother came up together, Ryan Mano. These guys were interns many, many years ago when they were young guys at my station in Chicago. And then when I was brought in to host the morning show, he became one of my audio guys. He was a guy that would help me cut things and produce bits and all that kind of stuff. Really nice guy, really talented dude. I think he's 41 now. Married one of the bachelorettes, the girl who won. This girl named Allie Fedotowsky. He ended up marrying her. They lived in L.A. for a while, and I think they recently moved to Nashville over a couple of years ago, and I'll chat with him every so often. But he posted a video saying that he had been diagnosed with thyroid cancer. I was texting with him last night. And he's like, they caught it early. I'm genuinely not worried about it. I just want to get it out of me and blah, blah, blah. But it's a super scary thing. And Matt Pinfield, maybe there's something in the water at MTV because Kevin left our radio station and moved to New York because he had been cast for some MTV. He was hosting something like TRL for a while. Good-looking dude, affable. And maybe there's something. I know Matt Pinfield hasn't been on MTV in a long time, but it's still scary. They said he is incapacitated from a stroke.
I think his daughter released some kind of a statement, right? Like she's saying that she's sort of speaking for him. And
she's filed for a temporary conservatorship.
Yeah.
Over his health and finances. He hosted a show called 120 Minutes back in the day, but he came from radio. Well, he's like a music director at K-Rock in L.A. or something like that.
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Long time, Matt Pinfield. And 120 Minutes was kind of the flagship, what would become alternative radio format. And he hosted that over on MTV. And he had a major stroke earlier this month. And he had been on the air in L.A. And he's 63. Wow. So obviously he is taking a temporary leave of absence. That's not who Nick replaced, is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he replaced that, whatever that show was.
Kevin
on
and
KLOS.
Doug.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Matt was on there, though. Matt was there for a long time.
Yeah. What a bummer. Because this doesn't sound like something you come back from.
No, this sounds like...
If you're incapacitated and your daughter is like, yeah, I need to take care of everything for him.
Yeah, it sounds like the bad one.
He was a KLOS. Yeah. Hosting some things. So that's a real bummer, man. Because Matt Pinfield is a nice dude and a smart guy. I'm sure you probably crossed paths with him a bunch of times. I only met him a couple times.
Just a couple. Yeah, like you. I mean, same circles, but, you don't see those guys often. I'm on one coast, he's on the other,
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go.
Hey, Alan, it's Adam in Parma. So yesterday, you and Clit Rattler were listening to Muskrat Love, and never knew I hated that song so much until I heard it. Kind of wanted to crash my truck. Let's just close ourselves out today with some Koala Metal. Thank you.
He wanted to crash his truck. Wow, because of Muskrat Love? I mean, we kind of
bad song.
Fell into Muskrat Love, so to speak.
Not bad enough to crash your vehicle, though.
Wow, crash your vehicle. Don't do that.
I mean, if I can get through a Buffett song with you breaking my balls every day, you can sit through Muskrat Love.
Indeed. But he's mentioning the Koala Metal is pretty good, too. The koala who fronted a metal band. This is when they're super horny. You're wearing your eucalyptus perfume. It's coming at you. Or maybe that's Corpse Grinder. I don't know. The mating sounds of the mighty koala.
Mm-hmm.
Set to music. But, yeah. Hey, let me throw some sports at you here because it's fascinated by what's going on here. I don't play the game, but there are a lot of people who consider golf to be a quote-unquote sport. And people have been complaining, I guess, for some time now. I don't know why. Complaining all of a sudden that golf is too slow. Golf has always been too slow. I don't know why it's a story. Now, I guess maybe because the people who are actually doing play-by-play for the games themselves. Is a game? What's a golf called? A golf
match?
Game? A golf match?
Yeah.
A golf game?
Golf match?
I guess the people who are calling these things are starting to complain publicly. There's a woman named Dottie Pepper during the Farmers Insurance Open. She and her co-host are like, could we get this going a little bit?
Frank, I think we're starting to need a new word to talk about this pace of play issue and its respect. For your fellow competitors, for the fans, for broadcasts, for all of it. It's just got to get better.
Well said. I'm in total agreement with you.
He's in total agreement with her. Because I guess she got upset during the final round on Saturday after the final group in the tournament took 3 hours to make the turn. Now, I don't know what any of that means.
It's an insane amount of time.
3 hours sounds like a long time to do anything.
Making the turn means you played 9. You start playing 10. So
it took them 3 hours to play 9 holes.
And these guys are trying to call it. So I can understand why they're pissed off. That sucks.
How long is 9 holes of golf on average? How much would that
The
How long would that
average
take?
person, a couple of hours, maybe, hour and a half, 2 hours. If you're moving at a good clip, 3 hours, that's insane for pros.
And these are professionals.
Yeah. And it has definitely slowed down. There's no question about it.
She said she wasn't criticizing the final group. They took just shy of 5.5 hours to complete their final round.
That's nuts.
But when the people who are calling these games, and again, I can't imagine anything more mind-numbing than being, even if you love the game, being a broadcaster for golf. And there's the swing, and then they walk, you know.
No, Frank, I think we're starting to need a new word to talk about this pace of play issue, and it's respect.
Oh, that's just the broadcast. Respect. So she's saying, hey, these guys are taking too long, and it's disrespectful to the other players and disrespectful to us, the broadcasters.
And to the people watching, right? I mean, it's, God damn.
Hey, I got a life to lead over
Let's
here.
go. Come on.
I got a table at La Strada at 7. Let's go.
And you're usually watching it on a delay, too. Like, what you actually see, like, the announcers have called, like, they are calling it not in real time.
Yeah.
Just to kind of keep up and make it actually faster and better for TV. Because otherwise it would just be like, all right, let's hit the ball. Let's sit here for another 2 minutes until he gets to his ball because they don't take carts.
Yeah. They walk.
They walk.
She's like, come on. I'm meeting some friends for dinner. I've got that orzo and ouzo combo set up for me tonight.
He approaches the ball, takes his time, appears to be blowing his nose.
Yeah, that's what they have to do, right? It's like the exact opposite of hockey.
Apparently struggling with his breath today as he's gone to the breath mints twice in the last 2 holes.
Is that what they do?
No, I know. I'm just.
Oh, I don't know.
But that is
it sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
That is what like they obviously fill a ton of time. Yeah, so it's if they're like if the player steps back and goes and talks to his caddy, they're filling time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Like clearly he's decided he's going to go down a club.
Yeah.
The wind coming in from the east today has made this a little bit more challenging than it would have been yesterday. I believe it's also pin location.
Pin location.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they move those every day.
Well, we could all use better pin location, couldn't we?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to. And there it is.
There
it's
it is.
way over the top.
Oh, dear Christ! Somebody just hit one into him.
And that got him right in the temple. Oh, he's down. Oh, he's bleeding from the ears. Oh, that can't be good.
Well, the best part about this is, Alan, they have to play it as it lies. So we believe that they're going to play it directly off of that man's stomach.
Yeah, they put a T in his teeth.
That's right.
Just hit it off of that. All right. Well, the people there who are calling those games, none too pleased.
Yeah, they were pissed off for a long time about like the chanting, like people yelling in the crowd too, like the Baba Booies.
Baba Booey!
Yeah, and then it just like it got so random and weird, and for a while they were like, yeah, okay, you want to do that, you can get kicked out. No matter what you say. Because people are like, ham sandwich! Like, why? Who cares?
Why would you do anything other than Baba Booey?
That was the funny one.
Yes. Also in sports, a track and field event. I had a brief stint in high school track and field. They do the discus, the shot put, they throw the hammer. This is a youth track and field meet in Colorado, and a woman is killed by a stray hammer. Imagine that. A hammer throw event kills a spectator. Oh, it was a guy. I thought it was a woman. Struck a man on Sunday morning. He was pronounced dead at the scene. He had tried to shield his wife and son. It's not a hammer. If you've ever gone to track and field, it's not actually a hammer. It's a ball on a chain because they swing it, right? We've all seen this. The hammer throw, a lot of times, is a ball in a chain, like a mace kind of.
Whoa.
And that's what this was. And the guy got hit in the head by this, shielding his family.
So that's like when the dude like spins around 85 times and lets it go?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
And imagine you're the student.
Wow.
And you throw it like you killed that guy, right? It's not your fault. Well, it is your fault. Obviously, it wasn't intended.
Whoa.
A 16-pound weight.
You got to wonder how fast. Those things got to be going like 100 miles an hour.
And every so often, I mean, somebody gets hit.
I saw a video once of a guy taking one in the nuts, but it wasn't like, it was like the guy had just turned quick and hit and he let it go by accident. I've never seen. I never even thought about someone getting killed from that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Hey,
what a way to go.
Hey, Duke.
Oh, God, how do you follow that with a joke?
Anybody can, you can, Duke.
I'll give it a shot. Never mind. Listen, I'll tell you about a story that happened to my aunt. It was my uncle, bless his heart, passed away. And he was an old Navy guy, and she took him to the undertaker, and she said he was always in the Navy, and he always wanted to be buried in a navy blue suit. And I don't have one. She said, maybe you could fix him up. Undertaker said, yeah, no problem. We'll work something out. So the day of the funeral comes, and we all go, and he's all laid out, beautiful, navy blue suit. And my aunt walks up to the Undertaker and said, I really appreciate it. He said, it's funny. He said, a guy came in just about the same build as your husband, and he was wearing a navy blue suit. So he says, I just switched the heads.
Oh, God. I love when Duke is telling the joke and he's trying to keep all the characters straight. That's my favorite part.
My aunt.
I need to practice that joke again.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Duke. There's Duke out in lovely and bucolic Bay Village, Ohio.
Nice death joke ready to go after that story.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, I wanted to make a comment about the golf. You're basically right. That was Dottie Pepper was right. It took an extremely long time to play that round of golf. However, they played like one of the hardest courses on the tour, and the conditions, the weather was insane. That they had 30, 40 mile an hour winds. They had to actually suspend play.
So why was that? I mean, so under those circumstances, why did she pick that one? That sounds like it would take them a long time. Why did she single them out on that particular day?
I don't know if she was thirsty or what. I don't know why in the heck they would bring it up to that game.
She had that 7 o'clock table at La Strada. She had the Uzo and Orzo platter ready to go, and she didn't want to. Okay, so under those circumstances, Joe, it would take them a long time.
That's right. And then a lot of people don't like this live tour where the Saudis started this golf league.
Yep.
However, and it is a game.
Wasn't that because it's all one big sand trap?
Well, they're very good. Gary players should be over there. But nonetheless, they start what's called a shotgun start. So you have continuous golf, and they all finish at the same time. They don't follow each other out in a row like the PGA. So live golf is actually fun to watch because you're watching golf all the time, and it's not just two people at the end for the last 2 hours of coverage.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Live golf is pretty cool, actually.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
So, that's all I got.
Thank you, pal. There's Joe in Canton.
Yeah, I mean,
we used to do the Alan Cox Show foot golf tournament in the Metro Parks, and I missed that. Love foot golf. Love to bring that back. Won't take us no goddamn 5.5 hours to complete the round.
Never seen me foot golf.
Fantastic.
It might.
Yeah.
It may take that long.
Uh-huh. All right, I've got to take a break. I will have those cold tickets for you. Scooter Ward and whoever is in cold these days is going back out on the road, and they're going to play the House of Blues for you on April the 3rd, celebrating 25 years of their big album called 13 Ways to Bleed on Stage and 20 years of their different
Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Ohio only. Restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see DKNG.
But I can't imagine it working.
Call the Alan.
One 657810007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I put myself on Blue Sky in the break.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens there.
Did you find me?
Your eucalyptus perfumes of their different kind of pain album. Road, and they're
that long.
Uh-huh. All right, I've got to take a break.
It might.
Yeah.
It may take that long.
Uh-huh.
Around 71 has been cleared of the accident. Traffic is still heavy from Harvard-Denison area, and expect delays on the Ohio Turnpike, I-80 at milepost 185 in Summit and Portage counties, currently reduced to one lane eastbound for emergency pavement repairs. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
Hey, it's Alec Baldwin. This season on my podcast, Here's the Thing, I speak with musician, photographer, and philanthropist Julian Lennon.
Photography really does allow me to do that. I have empathy for people on the other side of the world that you'll never ever meet, but you'll at least have some understanding of what their life is and what they went through or are still going through.
Listen to Here's the Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Here's the Thing and start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, it's a return of Cold. Scooter Ward and whoever is in this band now, they come back every 6-7 years, drop some new stuff, go on tour. They're bringing September Morning and University Drive with them. It's going to go down Thursday, April the 3rd in the Cambridge Room at the House of Blues. Cold celebrating 25 years of their biggest album, 13 Ways to Bleed on Stage, and celebrating 20 years of A Different Kind of Pain. That was the follow-up, I think. Year of the Spider was in there somewhere, too. Ticketmaster.com's got all the details for you. Want to go see Cold? It is April the 3rd at the House of Blues. And you'll get this pair of tickets here if you are caller number 10. So good luck to 1-6-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive. Unless that text is, hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Your Cleveland Cavaliers are playing tonight. They are in Miami. Play the Heat. 7:30 tip-off tonight, so 7 o'clock. You want to get the full bug. You want to get that pregame coverage. That's going to get going around 7 tonight. Cavs, Heat at the Sasanta Arena, wherever they play. Casisia, I don't know. And then the Hawks will be in town to play the Cavs tomorrow night here at the Romo Fijo for a 7 o'clock start. You might see us there, so make sure you say hello if you do. And then the Cavs stick around for a few days. They'll play the Dallas Mavs on Sunday here at home. As we move into February basketball, last couple of months there for regular season basketball. The Cavaliers season culminating on April the 13th against the Indiana Pacers. Mere days after the Guardians' home opener. Again, that's April the 8th, a big day for me. Because the Guardians' home opener is against the White Sox, and then the Bulls are in town to play the Cavs that night. So you're not even going to be able to talk to me.
Blackout by the time you get to that.
On April the 9th. Yep.
Bulls game.
Yep. April the 8th is a Tuesday. April the 9th, by my math, is a Wednesday. I may end up just taking that day. I don't know. You know, I talk a big game, and then the day comes, and I'm like, I don't feel so good.
I want to go home.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I do.
But, you know, maybe I'll just come in here, have a little disco nap in between the ball game and the Cavs game.
You know that's not going to happen.
Why?
Because we're going to end up plowed at the baseball game.
We are, aren't we?
And we're just
but we have to be on the air, though. That's why I never go like full tilt boogie at the Guardians game, because we're on the air.
And then we're not.
Yeah, that's true.
And then there's time in between.
Yeah.
Jesus,
it's like 3 hours in between.
That's what I'm saying. And that's where the danger happens.
All right.
You'll be like, oh, I'm going to come back and do some things here at the office, and then I'm going to go over to the Bulls game. And then we had too much, and you're doing that work the next day.
I'm lying under the broadcast table.
Should probably just put in the day now. Seems to make more sense.
Speaking of Miami, about 60 miles north of Miami is the town of Ocean Ridge, a little small town. And there was some work being done by some landscapers, an independent landscaping company, there at the Ocean Ridge Town Hall. This was just yesterday morning, beginning of the workday. Ocean Ridge Town Hall, or city managers or whatever, had a company in there trimming the trees and getting in there. One of the tree trimmers died because he fell right into the wood chipper. Wow. Out of the tree, and had a Fargo pulled on him. And again, this looks like this little town here north of Miami looks like kind of one of your standard sleepy little Florida towns. The guy died at the scene, obviously. They said the man has not, I love this. Gee, what a stretch. The man has not officially been identified, though he is believed to have family members in Mexico. Boy, they're getting serious about that deportation. They threw this guy right into a wood chipper. He was working for Carlton's tree service, fell out of the tree, and was pulled into the wood chipper head first.
That's the way if you're going to go, though, man. That was my first question. Head first is way better than going in feet first.
Up to his shoulders, which resulted in him being decapitated by the machine.
But at least it's quick.
He was working. Oh, he didn't follow the tree. He was working by himself and feeding a wood chipper, and it pulled him in. Those have an emergency shutoff switch, by the way, most of those wood chippers, but it happened so quickly that they said that the people that were nearby on his team didn't have time to get over there. But yeah, you know what? Head first might be best, but there's still that half second where you feel the first, you know.
Yep. I don't even know if you even feel it, though. You think,
so?
right? No, if it's your head, I mean, that's literally everything.
But for like a split second, isn't there something you'd feel? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you'd be gone so fast.
If you went in with your feet, you're going to feel that all the way to the point where it gets to your head, right? And that gives people the time to be like, oh, my God, Jim, and shut it off, right? You know?
Oh, Jim.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Jim.
Hit that emergency button.
Oh, there's less of Jim than there was before.
Cuts him off to the knees. This case, done.
Yeah. It was a few weeks back where Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan were posting videos about how they were back together again and blah, blah, blah. And people got excited. Listen, When Harry Met Sally is one of my favorite movies of all time. It just hit me in the right place at the right time. And I'm not a rom-com guy, but I thought that it was kind of more than that. I love When Harry Met Sally. I just love that movie. And so people were like, well, obviously they're not going to do a sequel. I mean, they're both, late 60s or whatever. And I guess it should have occurred to people, and to a lot of people it did, that they were probably just getting people excited for a Super Bowl commercial. Have you seen this?
No.
Which is precisely what it is. Where they recreate the famous diner scene for Hellman's Mayonnaise.
Oh, God.
How much money do you think they throw these people and they go, hey, we'd love to get the two. Now, it would be fun for them to go back to Katz's Deli and do the scene for Hellman's Mayonnaise. Now, what do you want to bet? There's somebody at the end who goes, I'll have what she's having.
Well, if they don't, then they missed the mark. Right?
Yeah.
But it's also odd that they would pick that product to bring back a scene about an orgasm.
Hellman's Mayonnaise.
Right. I mean,
it looks more like a male orgasm.
Correct.
I can't believe this was back in this place.
Why?
Hello?
Nobody remembers that?
Something wrong?
See, he looks the same. She does not, obviously, because she's had work done.
Not doing it.
No good?
Nothing.
Well, we can't have that.
Yeah.
There's mayo on the table, and they didn't put it on their sandwich. See, I don't like mayo, so but
she looks okay.
What's happening?
Here we go. It's so stupid. I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
So good.
Yes.
Oh.
And everybody's looking at it, of course, it's from mayo.
Lunch and show. Huh? How about that?
Now that is a sandwich. I'll have what she's having.
You see who that was? Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, was it?
So they come to her, they put her in a big old sweater because that's all anybody's going to be talking about if they dress Sydney Sweeney like she's normally dressed, right?
Yeah.
So they put her in a huge oversized sweater. And they basically recreate the scene. Meg Ryan was just so goddamn cute back in the day. And I understand there's pressure on women in Hollywood to stay young and a ton of, everybody has work. I get it. But she was just so cute back then. But it was 35 years ago.
63, she looks all right. I mean, I know that the work maybe was a little bit much, but I think she looks pretty good.
Listen, I love Meg Ryan. But, I mean, just Inner Space And just that heyday, right? I know Top Gun was a little before that. That was really before people knew who Meg Ryan was. And when Harry Met Sally blew her up. But it was like Inner Space and DOA with Dennis Quaid. And
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah, Sleepless in Seattle. So that's where the two of them are back together for the Hellman's Mayonnaise commercial.
I'm going to have to listen back to that audio. That was a 63-year-old just made it move.
Oh, yeah?
That was
little
nice.
Margaret Ryan.
Yeah.
Yes!
Not that
Lunch and a show.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
So good.
Yes.
This one's real.
Yes.
Lunch and a show. How about that?
That is a sandwich. I'll have what she's having.
I'm competing with
Now,
a
see,
condiment.
for my money, if that had been a Miracle Whip commercial, the Tangy Zip, your boy AC would be slapping it down. But mayonnaise, please.
It's a good thing we're having all these issues with the audio matching our video on the live stream, because then I don't have to explain my erection. It just won't line up with what just happened.
Oh, you'll have to explain it to someone,
No,
just not me.
No, it's
and
just normal.
not Meg Ryan.
It's a different thing that happened.
Yeah. Rob fell into a wood chipper, and then I don't even know what that means.
Erection first.
There you go.
Damn.
Yeah, so congratulations to them. This is when we start to get the trickle of Super Bowl commercials, because it is only a week away, right? It's a week from this Sunday. The Superb Owl.
I don't understand why they release it first. If it's supposed to be like a big deal, right? Like that one you would
Because I
think
think not
especially.
everybody watches the game. I mean,
No, I
tons of
know.
people do, but
But they always used to release them like the Monday after. Everybody would
Yes.
be talking about the Super Bowl. It was a huge thing to talk about. Oh, did you see that commercial where Meg Ryan had an orgasm because she ate the mayonnaise?
yeah.
But now you see it a week in advance. Who cares? There's no surprise to it.
Yeah.
It's
No, you're
stupid.
right. They used to do that, and it was like, oh, I don't know when they started dropping them online. I don't know.
There has to be a reason, obviously. It's probably better for the companies to do it, but it just doesn't make any sense. Like, see that. Everybody's going to be like, that was the best commercial of the Super Bowl.
You want to premiere them during the broadcast.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, they also know nobody cares about this Super Bowl, so maybe that's what the problem is.
Is that what it is?
Oh, God, what a garbage
Philly
Super
and
Bowl.
Kansas City?
Crap.
Well, I think a lot of people said that they used to watch it for the commercials, but then the commercials became all like crypto and all this nonsense, and you're like, okay, I don't care.
Then it was the halftime show. Everybody watched it for the halftime show.
Yeah.
Now, more than half of the people bitch about the people that are on the halftime show.
Yeah.
So that's not what you're watching it for. And the game's going to blow, so nobody's going to watch it.
I got money for you. It's the last chance today to win. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. We'll start it all over again tomorrow morning in the 9 o'clock hour with RMG. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, this is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast from yesterday. You and Rob started talking about some kind of space advertising and mentioned why hasn't Elon just put a big X up there, and this is what we get at late-stage capitalism. Later in the story, you then admitted that both these companies that propose into space advertising are Russian companies and has nothing to do with capitalism at all unless Russia is a capitalist economy. Anyways, I'm not sure where we go from here, buddy. Take the show. Bye!
Rich, bro, you better read up on Russia, pal. There is a very much capitalism going on in Russia. I know everybody thinks it's robber barons and the government is run by the mafia, which is what Trump is trying to do over here, but it's very much capitalism in Russia. You go back and study your late 80s, early 90s Russia. But also to the point of the space advertising, just because it's two Russian companies doesn't mean that every American company is not going to want to get in on this. Two things can be true. But that Russian capitalism is alive and well because they essentially late 80s, early 90s revolted against communism. It's still obviously very much, like I said, robber barons and things like that. But, you know, you go back 30 years, And they had bare shelves in all their food stores. You know, everybody remembers the lines of people waiting in line for toilet paper and things like that. And that was because they had tried to do socialism. And so, yeah, go back and check it out. It's been like that for a long time now. But space advertising, it's directly in front of us. And just because it's two Russian companies trying to do it now does not mean that American companies aren't going to get in on it. So now that'll be your next space race. To try to get, listen, he's going to send Space Force up there or SpaceX or something. Hey, I'm going to need you to put a logo for Trump Doral Golf Course on the moon. That's what it's going to be.
He did say he is going to try to enlist SpaceX to get those astronauts back, which...
But that's nonsense, too. There's been a plan. Biden put a plan in place a year ago. They make this is more of this crap that they make it. They want everybody to think that he's coming in, swinging in on a chandelier. These people are not stranded up there. They're with a group of people on the ISS. There's been a plan in place for a while to bring these people back. This is not a rescue. He's making it sound like it's a rescue mission.
No, I understand. I don't understand why they couldn't have done it sooner. That's the only thing that I've been wondering.
They probably could have.
But they said it had something to do with what they went up on versus coming back. And I guess it was like spacesuits or something, which I didn't understand why they couldn't just send them up like people with spacesuits for them to change into and then bring them home on the other thing.
They're not stranded up there. Elon Musk could have gone up at any time, by the way.
It didn't have anything to do with the docking or whatever. I don't know the full story.
The guy's a government contractor. This guy now, who we give billions of dollars to in subsidies, is all on board with cutting the very budgets that he benefits from. So who knows? Is Rob still going to have you over after that rave review of this year's Super Bowl?
Yeah, I'm still doing a thing. I'm still having the Super Bowl.
Listen, most Super Bowl parties have very little to do with the actual game.
Yeah, I cook a ton of food. We have a good time. Couple of drinks.
Do you make pierogi?
I don't. Not for that.
Do you make Super Bowl chili? What's your blue ribbon Super Bowl party dish?
I make a lot of stuff. I make a chili. I do ribs. I usually will smoke some wings as well. That's usually the big one. People love the wings. I smoke them and then put a little bit of sauce. I got a little secret recipe I got going on.
Oh.
It'll come out good, though.
You use 12 herbs and spices.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Nope. I ripped it off from someone, Alan.
I use 3 herbs and spices in mine.
Do you like salt?
I think less is more. Oh, salt.
I don't use salt. I'm just joking. No. I agree with you. I think people overdo it, and I think that's the biggest problem when you have any wing or anything else. I'm not huge on the just buffalo-only sauce, so I make a combination sauce. That's a little bit spicy, not crazy.
Okay.
So when you guys come, you can try them.
Oh, can you? I don't know that I'm going to make it, but
I'll pre-make them for you. You can serve them at your house and say you made them.
I'll bring some Pyrex with my Moroccan chicken in it. How about that?
Perfect.
That's delicious. Oh, lemon and honey and it's so good. A little cinnamon in there, turmeric. All right, I got to take a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. To do that, you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist or salon you visit, it's easy to get the confidence of the look you love. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
No heat?
Just call sales. Just call sales.
Hey, it's Rover for Northeast Factory Direct. If you wake up with aches and pains, tossing and turning all night, you need a new mattress. Northeast Factory Direct has a fantastic range of mattresses. Whether you like the plush feel of a pillow top, the cooling comfort of gel foam, the support of memory foam, or the classic bounce of an inner spring, they have it all with their Sleep Easy mattress line. They also have hybrid mattresses that combine the best of both worlds. And the best part, Northeast Factory Direct offers 60-month special financing, so upgrading your sleep is easy and affordable. Get to Northeast Factory Direct in Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, or North Canton and discover their Sleep Easy line, or visit northeastfactorydirect.com.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best, Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's the new year. Good time for a new Ford?
Absolutely, Jeff. Select from over 500 new Fords and save.
You have an incredible example.
Through January 31st, lease a new 2024 Escape, all-wheel drive, fully equipped, only $575 a month. 36 months, only $575 due at signing. 25 cents per mile over 36,000.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne.
From over 500 new Fords and save.
You have an incredible example.
Through January 31st, lease a new
Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Play tonight in Miami against the Heat. That makes sense. That is a 7:30 start tonight. Coverage begins at 7 o'clock on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, and on the iHeartRadio app if you want to listen there. And then the Cavs come back home tomorrow night to host the Atlanta Hawks. We'll be there. Alan, from the sounds of Rob's menu, sounds like he is set to have a super bowel party.
Uh-huh.
Do you get what they did there?
I think so.
They were implying that your menu was going to cause some gastrointestinal distress.
Yes. Most things do.
I think that's unfair. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true, right? There's some people, no matter what they eat, something's going on.
You also don't have to eat all of the things I made. You can just have your pick, or perhaps you make a plate of things you enjoy that won't give you bowel distress.
I see.
You see?
Got a text from Josh. Alan, I'm an Amazon driver in the area. He says, I got to tell you, growing up, my dad absolutely hated you. But I randomly caught you on the radio one day, and now you are part of my daily routine. Love the show. See, it is possible to break away from the narrow-mindedness of your ancestors.
Take that, Dad.
Yeah, Dad. I learned it from not watching you, Dad.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Welcome. I do hear from I get a lot of people crying MAGA tears anytime we talk about what's going on in Washington, and I always like to hear from those people, too. The F Your Feelings crowd are now constantly whining about theirs. But that's fine. There's room for everyone. Who am I to tell you what to say, what to feel? I'm not. I'm no one, but I do have poop news. How's that for a transition? Listen, I don't know if you know anything about me, but I love science. I'm fascinated by it, even though a lot of times I can't quite understand it. I'm not a bright man, but I am smart enough to know that people smarter than I are doing some amazing things. And they have discovered what they call the world's oldest anus. This is a creature that has been around since time immemorial. It's called a comb jelly. And they're found in Florida. People go for this is a bioluminescent animal. People know what that is, right? Lights up in the water there. And comb jellies are some of the oldest species on the earth. They're some of the oldest living beings on Earth. And so they carry some of the oldest genes on the planet. These comb jellies have been around for 600 to 700 million years. And so they're still around. They're still studied. And in particular, they study them for their unexpected process of pooping. And so evolutionary biologists would study this thing. Now, to what end, I'm not quite sure. I always like these kinds of stories when they have applications to learning something about ourselves, maybe. And they said that this animal is so old that they had just figured that it didn't have the evolved gut that other animals would, where food goes in one end and comes out the other. You know, there's a lot of species where it's all in one place. And so they've, since they determined that this, in fact, does have that, this was a massive revelation in the world of evolutionary biology. They said that the butthole on the comb jelly, they said, is one of the finest innovations in the past 600 million years of animal evolution. It goes beyond our thought process. We can't even conceive of 600 million years. You know, Frank Jackson, former mayor of Cleveland, Ohio, was a fan of talking about how Cleveland was the butthole of the world. Not so. The comb jelly. Cleveland's not been around, as best as I know, been around for 600 million years.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
That was your former mayor.
Said your mayor.
That was your mayor. Who'd you guys have? Buddy Cianci? Who was that guy
we sure
up there?
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, mayor twice.
I bet he wasn't calling Providence a butthole of the world.
No, man, that guy. Whoo-wee.
Yeah.
As criminal as they come.
Yep.
Mayor twice. After he went to prison, they elected him again.
Yeah.
And if he didn't die, I guarantee you he would be mayor right now.
Sure.
So
it's not unprecedented, by the way, when people want felons back in office. They had a guy around here named James Trafficant who was he was a criminal too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Buddy did a lot for that city. There's no question. It was a toilet of a city.
Yeah.
In the 80s and 90s, and they covered up the river, and they built all. I mean, it's beautiful. Providence is a great city.
Well, two things can be true, right?
Yep.
But despite Frank Jackson calling Cleveland the butthole of the world, comb jellies, as far as science is concerned, with all of their 500 to 600 million years, these are the finest butthole innovations.
I guess I don't understand. I see the significance, but why is that so important?
This is what I'm saying. I'm fascinated by these things because I learned something that I didn't know before. Being able to practically apply it is another thing altogether.
Right. But a lot of things since forever have had a mouth and a butthole, right?
Yeah. True.
So they're saying that just because this is so old and that it has those two parts and poops the way that people poop.
It's a big deal to them. A big deal to them.
I got to read up on this because I am a dork and a half, and my mom lives like right where they're talking about all of this.
Near Cape Canaveral.
Yeah. She lives in Cocoa Beach.
Okay.
Interesting.
So listen, you know that I let my subscription lapse to Evolutionary Biology Monthly some time ago. Well, they stopped printing it. You know, it was email blast only. And so they're down there studying. I'm glad that there are people studying these kinds of things because even though it might not make an impact in my life, these guys know better than I do.
Any plans to relaunch that magazine with Playboy?
Boy, that would be smart.
Same time?
You could legitimately, you mean as a part of Playboy or just concurrently with?
Either way.
I'm telling you, you could conceivably, you know, people would talk about how, you read Playboy for the articles and blah, blah, blah. If you combine the two of them, if you combined Playboy, Entertainment for Men, with the Journal of Evolutionary Biology Monthly into two, man, you want to talk about important buttholes.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming together. Although I'm not getting the vibe that that's what Playboy's all about now. It feels like it's going to be more like, we were talking about this yesterday, I feel like it's going to be more like GQ. Have they implied that the women will be naked? They're making a big deal about.
Oh, I think if they're going to do it, there's at least going to be boobs, yeah.
This Lori Harvey, I wasn't familiar with her, and everybody was blowing me up saying that's Steve Harvey's adopted daughter. Steve Harvey, or the pride of Cleveland, Ohio, his wife's daughter is Lori Harvey, and along the way he adopted her legally. But she's going to be the first cover model there on Playboy.
Yeah, I don't think that they would bring it back if they didn't at least match expectation. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's going to get more vile, but
if vile, what a great word.
But
we are committed to Playboy being more vile than it's ever been. You will be aghast at what we're putting in this publication.
You can't bring the magazine back and then not have some nudity. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I know
it wouldn't last.
No, there some nudity, yes, but Playboy with all due respect, was never pornography. Ever pornography. Once you got into like Club and Wii and Penthouse and all those,
Swank,
Hawk, Jugs, the world's filthiest teat mag, all those, right? That was porn. Playboy was never pornography.
But it was when you were first starting out. It's like anything else.
Well,
Playboy was absolutely porn when you first saw it.
It was your first exposure to to naked women.
Yeah.
But naked women is not pornography. I know there's a lot of people who think if you see half a nipple, that's porn. It is not.
No. I'm just saying the first time you saw a nipple.
Yes.
If it was in that context where it was being portrayed like a, look at this nipple.
Right.
It's a whole different vibe.
Again, my mom walked around naked, so I saw nipples early on.
Way different seeing someone that isn't your mom's nipple in a magazine.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And poor little AC, here I am. I can't even enjoy Playboy because I'm immediately comparing. I'm like, those aren't as nice as mom's.
Oh, no. Poor Alan.
Yeah.
Boy, oh, boy.
I am effed up.
Where did you guys did you stumble across one?
Your Playboy?
Yeah.
My dad didn't have Playboys.
So
my dad had my mom. Yeah, my friends' dad's nudie mags.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had one. I remember when I was a kid. I lived near some woods, and the older kids had them wrapped up in a bag, and they put them inside of an old tree. Yeah. Yep. And that's where we were all like, oh my God. I think that's why I became the boob guy that I am. Just because of that. The first one I saw was enormous in this magazine.
Oh, yeah.
And it just stuck with me.
Because Playboy was still it was airbrushed and, college girls with teardrop breasts and things like that. But it was very stylized.
Yes.
It was when you got into the magazines where they got bullet hole scars on their ass and C-section scars. You're like, hey, this is
for me.
Yes, because your brain tells you what you like. You don't know what you like until your brain tells you and you go, oh, I guess this is what I like. But yeah, no, my dad didn't have, no.
Mine didn't either.
My parents were porking all the time. So I don't know when my dad would have had time or the inclination to do anything like that. But my friends, maybe their parents were divorced or whatever. My one friend, he was like, hey, come here. And there was because back in the day, guys collected Playboys kids would collect comic books. They'd somehow convince themselves that they would be worth something someday. And some of them were. But that was a nice rationale for having a bunch of booby mags. My friend's dad was gone one day, and my friend opens a steamer trunk. He's like, hey, check this out. It's my dad's Playboys. And there they were. But, when Playboy first started, it was, the 50s, it was downright wholesome. Because they had the ears and the bow ties and, because they were creating a brand. We had the Playboy. Playboy was headquartered in Chicago when I was a kid. And it ended up moving. But, Hugh Hefner went to U of I. He worked for Esquire in Chicago. So Playboy Tower was a thing in Chicago for a long, long time. And now I think it's just obstetricians. Ironically, there's literally obstetricians' offices in there too. But no, there were no Playboys in my house.
Yeah, same. My dad didn't have any, but once I found them, I wanted to find them forever.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out what the whole collection is worth. It's got to be worth a fortune.
Oh, yeah, probably.
If you had first to last.
Alan, are those gentlemen callers comparing your mom's nipples too? You know what? You sons of bitches can...
It's not as good as the first one with the snake.
No, listen, that's fine. You guys can have a larf at my expense. My dear mother is not doing anything like that. She's having some dinners. There's some flowers being delivered to her. She's not doing anything as untoward as that. There's no lewdness going on in my mom's house. It was not the people asking me if that was a friend with the fill me up mom. No, it was a different friend. I did have one friend whose parents were banging all the time too, and she's screaming fill me up, and we're out in the living room watching cartoons.
What does that mean? She practicing for the gas station?
I was going to say, yeah. Yep. Like, what's your dad pumping unleaded back there? What's happening?
She's practicing for the next time she needs gas.
In retrospect, man, I couldn't respect her more. See her every so often when I visit my mom and run into her somewhere and be like, man, she was screaming, fill me up back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it weird seeing her as an old lady now?
No, please. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like I'm going to have a conversation with her about it.
I would.
Hey, remember when... Because, I mean, she was like 150 pounds heavier back then, too. When I saw her, I couldn't believe. I mean, she's very thin. So I didn't know she had been ill. I didn't know what the intervening years were, but I was like, I'm not going to go, hey, good to see you. Because her son, my friend, is now, he's like a superintendent of schools downstate Illinois.
Wow.
But I don't really converse with him that frequently. But I'm like, hey, this looks like Richie's doing well. And she's like, yeah. And I'm not going to go, hey, remember when you used to scream, fill me up?
She was a big woman back then.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was a real, his parents back in the day were like a real Jack Spratt and his wife type situation, right? His dad was this like short guy. The mom, again, lovely woman, very nice. Couldn't have been nicer to her son's friends, but was tall, big, and screaming, fill me up, because they like to go at it.
Dude just laying it down.
Yeah, he was piping left and right, boy.
Fear me up.
But I didn't have anything like that. My parents were getting busy, but they weren't loud. It was a very Catholic situation going on in there, probably. It's like the old Bob Schimmel joke. I thought they were in there making margaritas. I didn't know what all those noises were.
Maybe they were just hanging out. Maybe they weren't even in there having sex.
No, they were in there. I knew what they were doing.
I've just been talking. You believe what Alan did today? You know?
Oh, it's nothing like that.
What are we going to do with these kids, damn it?
Yeah, kids.
Let's watch a show. Let's read a book.
They didn't have a TV in their room.
We need some quiet time away from these little animals.
Maybe. No, they didn't have problems with us.
I'm trying to help, dude.
I know. I'm just saying. I've gone over this with my shrink a million times. Trust me. I've gone over a chapter and verse for 25 years. Why I am the way I am. I'm like, it doesn't have anything to do with my parents having sex in their bedroom all the time. And my shrink's like, it doesn't? How do you know that? I'm like, whatever. I'm not going to, I can't lay my stuff at their feet.
I bet it does for $500, Alex.
Yeah. Alan, I saw my grandfather naked as a kid. A lot. His penis was a great, terrible, pendulous thing. It's so very literary of you there.
Why a lot? Like what situation? Like
because some people just walk around. He said this guy was, his one eye had seen everything from the Great Depression to Omaha Beach. That's what I'm saying.
So Pop just walked around with his wiener out?
They didn't care. Yes, they come back and he's like, I survived D-Day. Now you're going to get my D-Day. Every day around here is D-Day. Pop's walking around buck naked. How do you like them apples? That's right. How do you like them apples?
Did you live through the first one? I did, you pussy. I'm walking around sans pants.
Yep. I called your mother Normandy Beach, and I'd storm her every chance I got. Your grandmother, I guess, at that point. Every chance I got.
Pop, every day's D-Day in this house.
Yup.
Oh, that's so good.
Alan, did your dad dress up as the Pope? Not that I know. My dad wasn't Catholic then. He converted when I was in high school at my mom's behest. But my dad was a man of science. I think he might have come around to believing, but he mostly did it for my mother. So no, back in the day, my father was not dressing up like the Pope. Maybe recreationally. You know, maybe he had a mitre.
The big hats.
Yeah.
The Pope-mobile.
Staff. Yeah. Honey, let's play Pope-mobile. I'm going to offer you special dispensation to get into heaven.
Sit in this invisible car.
Yep. That's right. And so, yeah, I don't know. Yep. My mom would dress up as Mehmet Asa, the guy that tried to kill Pope John Paul II. Yeah, there's a lot of A role play there. What the hell do I know? We got to go. I got to get the hell out of this. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Covered a lot of ground today. Cavs basketball is on the way. Pre-game at 7 o'clock. 7:30 is your tip-off. They are in Miami to play the Heat. Who are you on social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram, and now, what's that? Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Hey, we're both on Blue Sky now. I'm Alan Cox Show on your socials. That's Instagram. That's Blue Sky. That's Cameo. That is, let's see, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. I think that's all of the Alan Cox Show. It'll all come up. Who cares? But you can poke in and say hi. If you want to watch the show, find our YouTube channel. There's a lot of stuff in there. If you want to listen on the app, this program will be available in its entirety within the hour on the iHeartRadio app. You can drop messages there, too. If you want to leave voicemails, the After Hours line, 24/7, 216-986-8903. And I think that's it. We're back tomorrow. It's a Thursday, around 2 o'clock. More chances for you to win $1,000. And Cavs are coming up next. So thank you guys very much for hanging out. Appreciate it. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.